Perfect. Hi everybody, I got Pontius again. We're gonna be doing a nice, simple, chill stream today. We're gonna be watching Bricky's part 1 of every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained. I have never seen a single one of this man's videos before. And I figured if I was gonna watch this man's videos for the first time, it may as well be with Pontius.
I have a question actually for the chat. Is it normal that I have to send Lumi fit pics to get on these streams?
Dude!
Like, does anyone else have to do that, or am I the only one?
No! Shut up! Won't be Seeb on some slop. Yes, I do, because every single other VTuber, whenever they're just like, oh, I really want to get into Warhammer. It seems really cool. They watch Bricky. I wanna know what the hype is all about. I wanna see why this man has gotten so popular, besides being blessed by the YouTube algorithm at a very convenient point in time. Because from
Actually
what
suggest that he's more attached to VTuber boobs than the algorithm, to be honest.
You know what? Fair. I mean, he is basically butt buddies with most of shoujo. Well, more exact. What's her name? Matara, the roach lady. I don't know her name.
The roach lady? There is a roach VTuber?
Yeah, she's a pink cockroach.
Oh my god. Really?
Industry plant. You guys think he's an industry plant?
Yeah. I do think that just because he doesn't really have the strength to even criticize anything about 40k. Not that he knows that much, because all I have seen of him is him saying that, yeah, female custodians changed nothing, it is fine. When in fact, little spoiler, it was not fucking fine. Their existence invalidated the entirety of the existence of the custodians as a faction. But why should the truth leak into something made to scrutinize a lore?
I think he didn't start out that way. He just got bought out. Possibly. Ricky's kind of funny until his politics leak into his content. Oh, you mean like MajorKills? And also his absolutely wrong like not even opinions. He likes to try to make like just thinking back on the fucking stream that me and Arch did talking about the fucking stupid, oh, this is why everyone hates Arch Warhammer. Oh my fucking god. MajorKill just needs to get hit with something very hard. Because Jesus fucking Christ, that dude is probably one of the most bad faith people I have ever fucking seen.
I mean, you don't understand the level of ego he has. He literally had, from what I was told at least, so take it with a grain of salt. From what I understood, he broke up with his girlfriend because she was annoyed that he would post and pose for the calendar that went on his Patreon. Pretty much, it was him on a calendar for the Patreons. And yeah, she was annoyed that he would do that, but he did it all the same, and they broke up. So...
You know, I wouldn't be very happy with my, boyfriend. Like, was it a nude calendar? Or some shit?
I don't know, but seeing that there is a lot of porn on his Patreon about 40k, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ugh. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's like MajorKill can be his whole separate stream. Actually, no. Fuck MajorKill. He doesn't even get any stupid React Slop stream about him.
I mean, he's so much of a backstabber that by this point it is not even worth talking about.
Yeah,
he backstabbed he backstabbed Arch, he backstabbed Wes Hammer, he backstabbed other people, so...
Yeah, it's like hell. I don't even watch Wes Hammer all that much. After I learned about the backstabbing that he did to Wes Hammer, I was like, Jesus Christ. At this point, it's like, it's not who will he backstab next, it's when is he gonna backstab next? Because Jesus Christ. There's no sanctity of friendship for this man, is there?
Yeah, you can respect him as a creator. I do not, because he's a very shitty creator, but as a person, he's really despicable in every single way possible. Like, I'm a person that places a lot of value on the word given, to the point that I forbid myself, unless there is extreme circumstances, from breaking the word I give. And when I see other people doing so many times in so many repeated ways and in so many stupid ways, because like his entire point about attacking Wesammer before deleting the video was literally, look, he's copying my video. No shit, Sherlock, both of you talk about the same fucking thing that neither of you wrote. What the fuck do you think he could do? And yeah, seeing him break his word and backstab people so many times annoys me to no end. Like, there is a lot of jokes, and I can appear like a bit abrasive when it comes to Pio and even other people on the channel. But I place value on the people I work with enough that if I have to tell you to go fuck yourself, I will do it in private. If you bring it in public, I will do it in public. But if you deserve to be told to go fuck yourself, I will do it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the only thing that could bring that man down is if he stabs somebody popular in the back.
I mean, he did backstab somebody popular, Wesammer. The problem is that when he noticed that even his own fans were calling him out on his own stupidity, he just deleted the video.
Yeah. Ugh, what a piece of shit. But anyways, if anyone wants to know more about MajorKill and how much of a piece of shit he is, just go watch mine and Arch's stream on Arch's channel talking about it. Jesus Christ. And also, that man uses the N-word more than most people that I know. Which is fucking funny.
I use the N-word very often too, but I think I have the pass to say Necrons because I studied their lore. Yeah, there was once a post where where a guy was like, does Vulcan have the N-word pass? And I just answered, I'm pretty sure he can say Necron. I'm pretty sure everyone can.
Liquid Goomba says, Bricky said he's ashamed to be a Warhammer fan after the female custodies controversy.
I mean, if he's ashamed to be a Warhammer fan, he can just leave. I will actually go get champagne for that.
Yeah, and I thought Bricky was one of the ones that pushed the whole female custodies thing.
Bricky, yeah. No, Bricky actually defended it. There is a now deleted video that was re-uploaded where he just goes, it was called like something, the golden opinion or something about this. Like I showed a screen of it in my video about the importance of lore, in which he pretty much goes, oh no, but yeah, you might say it as controversial, but female custodians are fine. They change nothing. They, in fact, technically invalidate the entirety of the Custodians' existence as a faction, because they go against the entire ideals of the Emperor on no female superhumans. They go against the logic of the very strict recruitment pool that the Custodians have, because the Custodians recruit only from the highest level nobles on Terra and only from the purest ones when it comes to genetics. So if you use only men, you can spare some men for the process and the rest will make more children. If you use women, in 500 years, you're done. You don't have anybody else to recruit from. So.
Yeah, and also just, I will vaguely gesture over at the, what's it called, the Demonculaba that exists.
Yeah, everyone was a bit dumbfounded when that section of the video Female Marines started, because every other creator is usually, everyone asked them to talk about the Demonculaba. And then you have me, nobody asked me, but I did it all the same in a video that was completely unrelated, and I gave people nightmares. I'm pretty proud of myself, actually.
I mean, okay, when I looked into the Demonculaba, it's not that fucking bad. People are like, oh, this is so bad, this is so horrible. That ain't shit. It's like the man-made Behelit from fucking Berserk has a bit more substance to it than the Demonculaba. And that's my opinion. But I'm also a gore whore, so that's also a bit of a bias opinion.
You should read Crossed. The only thing that the series hasn't done is really anything involving children in a way that is not dying. I will explain it like that just for YouTube. But yeah, everything else was done. Everything else you can imagine in the comic series was done. It is considered extremely edgy. It has some good stories, but yeah, it is literally gore porn for people that like gore porn. So
yeah. Oh, hello. On an unrelated note, today for the first time in 50 years, a Polish astronaut goes into space. Poland can into space. Fuck yeah, Poland did something. Congratulations,
oh my god,
Poland.
I was going to make a joke, but I don't remember the name of the typical plate of Poland.
Oh no. Oh man. Oh, my food's
Fuck,
delivered.
I was going like, okay, so we will find now their typical plate on the moon, but I don't remember the name.
Well, why do you think I'm gonna grab my food from the door real quick?
Okay, so for now the stream is mine. I have become the new LumLum. LumLum likes very much the feed pics, so send them. Why she cannot hear us? Send her as many feed pics as you can. She will appreciate it. You will see. Right away.
Alright. I had to make sure no one was out in the hallway because I refused to put on pants.
Oh.
It's okay, I'm still at least in my underwear, but I refuse to put on pants.
I mean, always better than what we saw in like you watched our video on Lord Destroyers 1, no? When we pretty much got flashed by MajorKill with
Why
very
does that
little
man like
sentry.
to be naked so much? I don't understand.
Yeah, for those in the chat that are not fans of ours, we started a Patreon-only series that I send LumLum the links for free. So I don't understand why she demands so many feed pics from me, even if I send stuff for free.
I show people towards your stuff. I even got not verbal, but written confirmation. Ah, Fish, you convinced me. I will go sub to the Italians Patreon now.
No. My complaint is not that I send you stuff for free, that I still have to send you feed pics. That's my complaint. No, but like in the first episode, we were reviewing his video on the Badab War, and we got completely fucking flashbanged by a naked MajorKill. And we were like, thank you, MajorKill. This will go directly into my nightmares. Thank you.
I just... If MajorKill wants to be naked so bad, move to California if he's not already there. Go to a fucking nudist beach.
No, he's Australian. It is actually worse. No, but like seriously, for the people that don't know, if you watch his video on the Badab War, he made a Mainscape sponsor, but instead of doing it like the other lame YouTubers where he just shows, the normal ad for it, he literally went and recorded himself having a shower completely naked and using it. The only thing covering his nudity is literally the demonetized button from YouTube. And yeah, that will go directly into my nightmares, and the nightmares appear.
He wants to be a porn star so bad. Honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't done his own porn parodies of Warhammer 40k. They exist. Pontius showed me they exist.
Hey, listen, what I keep in my porn folders is a matter for me, Pio, and you if there is something interesting.
Okay. Hello, Reverend Norse. You should get a robe, Ratfish. Put it on throne. You know, I could put a nice robe on my throne. I'll do that later. Warhammer 40k? Yes. Pontius, what kind of nightmare have you unleashed onto this poor rat? MajorKill. That's the nightmare he unleashed on me.
Very many things, I think, by this point.
But, like, for now, we're gonna, for those of you who are just joining in, we are doing a very nice, chill stream, or at least as chill as Autistic Italian can get, when we watch Bricky. We are watching his 1 hour and 56-minute long video, part 1 of every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained. Now, I will give you the chapters and how long each of them are. I want you guys to take a nice little educated guess on who this man means in Warhammer. So, for chapter 1 is the intro, which is about 20 minutes long. Well, 18 minutes if you want to be exact. Then we have the Necrons that last for about 11 minutes. He talks about chaos for 10. He talks about the Eldar for about 5 minutes. Talks about other chaos gods for about 5 minutes. Talks about the Craft World Eldar for about 5 minutes.
That's a first edition artwork. He really went that far back. There is better artworks than that.
He talks about the Durakai for about
No, that
6 minutes.
That's pronounced Drukhari.
Drukari.
You know, yeah, like like if you know Dracaris, you know Drukhari. I was like the Drakari. What the fuck is a Drakari? Oh, it's the Drukhari, the Dark Elder. Okay, there.
Okay. He talks about the Imperium of Man, everybody's favorite good boys, for 2 minutes. He talks about the Adeptus Mechanicus for about a half hour. He talks about the Imperial Guard for about 10 minutes. He doesn't have
favorites, obviously.
He has no favorites. He talks about the Imperial Knights for about 10 minutes. And then he talks about leagues of Votann. Votann? Yeah.
I mean, just call them space dwarves, the squats. They are that useless by this point.
He talks about them for about 10 minutes. Now, who do you guys think are his favorites?
My god, this will be... I can already predict a couple of aneurysms coming from this video alone. If Pio was here, he would probably leave out of anger because he has been very angry from the last videos we watched on Lord Destroyers. So...
Ajax and Lumi, can we add Pontius to the Arch calendar? Well, Arch is gonna be is gonna start funding his next calendar, I believe next month. So you're gonna
have 40k versions. Like people have started theorizing that because of so many anthropomorphic animals in his thumbnails, Arch is a bit of a furry. He stuck with me from the moment I actually noticed it.
Where are the blue people and Du Bois? Well, this is part 1 of the faction tree explained. We'll watch part 2 on another stream. But this is all he covers for part 1. And this is 2 hours, almost 2 hours long. Part 2 is, I believe, also 2 hours long. No, this one is 1 hour and 32 minutes. And I can see the Sisters of Battle right in the middle there, too. Why did he have to put his face over this Sister of Battle? That is very sad.
I mean, maybe he knows that he is uglier than the actual artwork, so... But yeah, generally, like, it makes me laugh that his introduction for every faction is actually shorter and almost half the time of just my Bad War series. Like, I'm very curious to what he kept in and what he left out.
From Poor Hammer, he says his favorite is the Sisters of Battle. The sisters don't deserve that.
Poor Sisters of Battle. His favorites are the Sisters of Battle, and yet he was like, no, it's fine for female custodians, literally bringing away attention from the female factions, but okay.
There are important and powerful women in Warhammer 40k, but for some reason they really want female custodians that I do not fucking understand.
I mean, I don't think you have an IQ low enough to understand it.
Hi, Reverend Norris. By the way, did the sleep gummies arrive? They work good? They work great. I've been taking 2 every night. I've been knocking the fuck out. It's been fantastic. Let's see. In Ben, pants in Britain means underwear, by the way. Well, why the hell does... You know what? The British aren't real people, just like the French. They don't make sense, and I refuse to go to your logic. Fuck you. Adeptus Mechanicus is the best faction. They deserve the most time. The Mechanicus are very neat fellas. But, like, he could at least talk about the Imperium of Man for more than 2 fucking minutes. But I'm sure they'll be like, oh, but we don't want to just talk about the Imperium as a whole for a very long time, then go into the factions of the Imperium. I don't care. You explain the whole thing first. You don't need a 20-minute intro, my guy. And I haven't seen a Bricky video before, so I don't know how his video formatting is. So we'll just see how it goes, and depending on how fast he talks, we'll probably speed up the video.
Yeah, you actually need to screen share me the video though, because
All
this one is
right.
long. Okay.
No, suffer. You just gotta suffer with the delay.
He says he likes the Night Lord. Oh no, but you don't need to be overly violent in 40k. He likes the Night Lords.
Alright, let's see. That, stream quality, there. Okay, cool, yeah. Alright, let me know how the video audio is for you guys over in chat. I will adjust it so.
Brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise, the Necron tier, evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star.
That's actually already incorrect. There is various proofs, like a new species started to arise. No, there is proof that the Necron tier were a creation of the old ones, and there is literally zero proof to suggest they weren't. Like when I released my video, people actually started questioning this stuff on the Discord, and we actually went through the sources and confirmed it is pretty much hinted that they were also a creation of the old ones, and there is nothing saying they weren't. So he's already wrong, and it has been 30 seconds.
Magma Fox, I will keep saying this. Bricky is the door of 40k for a lot of people, myself included, but most people refuse to open the door and want to only admire the door. GW is marketing to the door fans. That is correct.
I mean,
Dino fan.
They should actually be catering to the OnlyFans fans.
The OnlyFans, yeah, the OnlyFans fans and the VTubers who just want to watch lore videos from the quote-unquote lore experts and then never actually look any further into Warhammer 40k besides what already has over 1 million views.
Somebody commented that they were around independently from the old ones. Not really. As it is explained, there was no life in the galaxy before the old ones. This means that by definition, when the old ones seeded life, they seeded all life, not just parts of it. So the Necron tier are alive at that time. They were seeded by the old ones. And again, we found proof of this. We found proof of it. And we found zero proof that suggests otherwise. So...
DinoFan219, Adeptus Custodes is one of the best factions.
DinoFan, it is actually pretty funny that you suggest that. You should watch my last video about the Emperor of Mankind. Yes, even humans. Just a little spoiler.
And
no life. They seeded life, not intelligent life. They seeded life in the galaxy.
And I have not watched Pontius's new video yet because I told him I would not until our little group stream on July 2nd, I think it was, yeah. July 2nd, where it's going to be me, Pontius, and it's not just going to be us. I am also dragging Arch along. He said that he was going to come with. I'm just going to have to remind him because he probably forgot again. And also Pio. That's gonna be fun. I get to meet Pio for the first time.
Yeah, and it's seeking Pio will be able to be deployed.
you just need to get a Pio missile made. Just call him the Heat Seeker.
No, listen, we will not get LumLum to play Darktide because it will be boring. We will get LumLum to play Stalker Gamma. So I will have a lot of enjoyment seeing her being one-shotted by a guy with a shotgun half the map away. In a game where you are only against other, like, AI, there is no players. But that mod is so difficult that you literally get one-shotted by people with shotguns on the other side of the map.
I mean, I've been gifted...
Do not start with Gamma. Shut up, you. We will start her with Gamma.
It's like I've been gifted Vermintide, I've been gifted Darktide, I've been gifted so many fucking Warhammer games. I don't know where to goddamn start with it. It's like, okay, hold on here. I will Let me read off all of the fucking Warhammer games I have. I have Warhammer 40k Battle Sister, Darktide, Dawn of War 2 Anniversary Edition, Dawn of War 2 Chaos Rising, Dawn of War 2 Retribution.
We all know that the best one is Dawn of War 3.
Warhammer
people
40k
Dawn of War 3.
Gladius. I have Gladius.
Gladius is actually
Relics of
pretty
War.
shit if you ask me. Yeah, it is actually pretty shit if you ask me.
I have Inquisitor Martyr, Inquisitor Prophecy, Rogue Trader, Space Marine Anniversary Edition, Space Marine 2, Space Marine 2 Public Test, and Speed Freaks.
My name is actually in the special thanks of Rogue Trader. Because I was a supporter that bought the collector edition, so my name is literally inside the game.
Don't I have Dawn of War 1? No, I do not. I do not have Dawn of War 1.
I mean, just go on Instant Gaming or some site like that, buy the Master Edition. You get like all the first 4 Dawn of War, which are like the first 4 games of the first version. They didn't really make things easy. Like, there is 4 games technically for the first Dawn of War, but yeah, you can get all of them for like $6 by this point. So
okay. Lumi Stalker Gamma is a large mod pack for Stalker Anomaly, which is a free hodgepodge of OG Stalker games. Gamma turned Stalker into EFT, which is its own mod pack for Anomaly. See, I'm not good with mods because there's so many that I'd have to like install, and then I'm afraid that I would break my game, and somehow the feds would come knocking at my door saying, "Hey, why are you doing this?" I'm like, I don't know how I got classified files, sir.
No, don't worry. The Gamma mod pack is literally automated. You click a button and it does everything. Because how to explain it? The original games of Stalker are like, I think, 15 gigabytes in total between all of them. The Anomaly mod pack, which is the first thing you need to go to Gamma, is actually like 30 or 40 gigabytes. Gamma is over 150 gigabytes of mods, so...
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
putting
it is
the
very
Skyrim
heavy, but it is
modders to
enjoyable.
shame.
Yep, and it is completely automated, so...
ATF, put the mod down. Where's your dog? Hello, LumLum. One, that's not PO, that's Pontius. I get
because
it.
we look alike. We look
Just
very
because
much
they
alike.
look alike. In case Bricky doesn't mention them, tell LumLum about her favorite factions, the Ratling. She needs those hairy space hobbit feet. No! I haven't even learned about them yet. I don't know who they are. All I know is that they're space hobbits. Shut up.
Yeah, a human species that specializes on climbing, and usually they are pretty much hobbit snipers. Like, I don't know if you ever saw the memes about Merry and Pippin, but they have like a Barrett M107 sniper rifle. It is literally that, but for real. They even released a special mini where the Ratlings were literally eating on a battlefield. Let me find it. I will send it.
Okay.
There it is. Literally Ratlings eating on a battlefield. Astra Militarum provisionally prepared. It was a limited edition meaning for the Ratlings.
Oh my god. You just like, shut the fuck up! You got food. You know what? Good for them.
What about second breakfast?
Oh, I like the little coffee cup on top. A nice touch.
I mean, my favorite limited edition mini, of which I have 2 and were the last minis I bought, was the mini of Jacob Bagmans on the 9th. Imagine a steampunk power armored dwarf with literally a beer refinery on his back and that goes around drinking beer and fighting.
Man.
Yeah, I have 2 of those. It is pretty cool.
What about second rations? Alright, before we go any more off the rails, let's see if we can get 2 minutes into a Bricky video.
We shall make a Pio Starch review. Anyway, he was wrong on something on the first 30 seconds, so this will be fun.
irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lol and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworlds. The Necron tier, filled with rage
No,
and
that
hatred,
never happened.
No, that never
They were
happened.
they were never forced back on their home world. They were literally told no, and then left alone. That's why they were able to find the Catans. The Catans weren't around on their own world. They were actually in space. If they were confined in their own home world, how the fuck did they find them? Anyway.
Man, a minute in, 2 incorrect things. He's just gonna be incorrect every 30 seconds, isn't he?
Yeah. I told
Get
you
there,
I was
dude.
very curious about what he was wrong about.
Oh man, this is gonna be a fun stream, guys.
To get revenge on the Old Ones, a revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Votann, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Votann, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephitron, the Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the Votan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Votann crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Votann, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Votann fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest.
They were so powerful that they then got defeated by the same slaves they had at their behest, but okay.
Let's see. What they were told no because the Old Ones did not believe in interfering in life that way. Yeah, that sounds about right. Judging Brickyard? Yes. Mr. Twisted Frenzy, hey Pontius, what's the funniest 40k lore you've ever read?
The funniest lore I've ever read is in the Book of Rain's world, where Alessio Cortez, if I remember his name correctly, ended up killing a powerful orc during the last charge on the planetary... oh my god, what was it? It was like a planetary elevator to try and reactivate it to bring down Titans from orbit, because their own home world was invaded by orcs. And he killed this giant orc that was trying to kill... Pedro Cantor, which is the chapter master of the Crimson Fist, but he lost one arm in doing so. And when Pedro Cantor approached him and pretty much told him, okay, yeah, you fought, but you are missing an arm. You need medical attention. Just reach the others and do so. And he was like, no, I'm fine. I can still fight. And Pedro was like, mate, you lost an arm. You are missing an arm. And Alessio Cortez just goes, no, I didn't lose it. It's there. And he just indicates the arm on the other side of the room. That's the funniest I've ever seen.
It's but a flesh wound.
Yeah, it is but a flesh wound, and the arm is literally on the other side of a giant room.
Shadow Walker, thank you for gifting a membership, and Xylon Doppelganger got it. Nice. Let's see. Tanner, not sure if my last super got through. Just wanted to let Pontius know that there are new Lumi tunes of him of him in the Lumi AI channel in her Discord. Awesome!
Now then, I need to get the link just so in Lore Destroyers we can listen to them, just to wash down the shitty lore videos we need to watch for it.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, hello, Ratfish. How goes the cringe? Well, Bricky has been wrong about 3-ish things in the first almost 3 minutes of his video. So, yeah, it's something already. And we still have another, 1 hour, 54 minutes to go.
I am sure I will have rewritten the entire fucking wiki by the time he's done, but okay.
Lumi, like I said at the beginning, Bricky is LOL memes are canon. Well, I'm sorry that there's no cure to brain damage.
Yep.
However, the C'tan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the C'tan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise
He didn't
and
mention
they
that
fall.
Zarek actually was not in the galaxy anymore. He pretty much broke off the control of the Necrons because when they killed the Landugor, which was the Flayer virus was created and he was connected to all the Necrons. So if he got infected, every single Necron would have gotten infected. So he just severed the connection and left the galaxy. Like, yeah, they were sleeping, but Zarek was not there.
Which it's like, yes, I get it. The players are a bit, much. But they're pretty fucking cool.
Yep. Yeah, but I love that there is actually a version of where like some people for memes corrected an artwork of like there was the commander of a dynasty, like the lord of a dynasty, waking up with his bodyguards around, and there were this was a very cool artwork, and there were two two Necrons infected with the Flayer virus in front of him, and somebody just corrected it with a bubble where he was going, "What the fuck are Flayer corrupted Necrons doing in my tomb? Get them out!"
Yeah, because Silent King.
The Flayer are seen as pretty much how we will see somebody with a bubonic plague for the Necrons. I don't get what people don't understand of it.
Mechanicus on duty. Mr. Loreman, how much lore on that Indius, Philinids, and Thrix can you give us for lore reasons and totally not for any potential drawings?
I can give you the only lore that counts. They do not look like anthropomorphic, sexy versions of themselves. Just imagine humanoid animals in the worst way possible. That's all the lore you need.
Huh. Interesting. And Lucian, stop listening to Bricky years ago. Yet another mold spore grown fat off the former success of stagnant and gone old lore channels. Yep. Sounds about right. Oh, did I miss a super chat of yours? Oh, let me see. Sometimes Restream just sucks at showing me things. Chaos equals best boys. Which other ones did I miss? Jesus Christ, Restream, what the fuck? Okay, now Restream is just not showing all the chats. Fucking bastards.
The problems of a rat using the internet.
I know, it's difficult. Interesting, even better, evil. No, Mechanicus! I'm gonna play Darkwood tomorrow!
Okay, I'm sure of what kind of other AI art you will get.
Wait, Bricky, I heard that name's somewhere. Yes, it is Bricky, the man that most VTubers who want a very surface level explanation of Warhammer 40k watches. He's also butt buddies with VShoja and other Corpo VTubers. It's neither here nor there.
Corpo VTubers. I just was flashed by Cyberpunk when you said that. Just the Cyberpunk music behind the cute VTuber.
Jesus Christ.
Have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years.
Don't mention the Emperor,
in the
please.
21st century, this is canon.
If he mentions the Emperor, I'm going on a rant. Because I'm sure he will mention the wrong lore. The video of ours corrects the parts of the lore that are not canon anymore. I'm sure he will mention the wrong ones. I'm sure of it.
I don't know. Let's see if you'll be painfully disappointed or surprisingly proud. We'll see.
And you, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with
Don't acknowledge me. I'm here to laugh, not here for serious shit.
time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause.
Oh yeah, one of these days I'm gonna be doing a stream for Warhammer Wednesday just called "Now What the Heck Happened on Mars." That'll be a very long stream.
Technically, if you do like that, there is the Pio Servo Lord that goes forward on Mars in the new video. Yeah, in the last one, he became the president of Brazil. In the new one, he formed the first Brazilian Mars colony.
Ben, the Emperor is the first psyker. What do you mean?
Yeah, that actually is covered in my video, so it is not something we need to cover now, gladly.
Timothy, he is missing so much in putting it out of order.
Yeah, he's not giving a very good introduction. He's saying random stuff. Like, technically, the Psyker thing started happening shortly before the beginning of the Cybernetic Revolt, but from then, like, the Psykers already existed. Some people don't realize that the Navigators existed during the Dark Age of Technology, so the Psykers were already around. Unsanctioned Psykers started appearing, which is different.
Mm-hmm. Ed Shamans in a trench coat is the real biggie.
No, don't listen to him. He's wrong. He's wrong. Don't listen to him.
Biggie is just 6 shamans in a trench coat. It's okay.
And he also canonically killed his own uncle. And to cite a joke made by TTS, I never liked Uncle Ragnar anyway.
Getting into Warhammer 40k, huh? I've been on this journey for a couple months now, and now I have a Pontius at my disposal, and I couldn't be happier.
She treats me like I treat Pio. Now I have a Pontius. Don't worry, I have a Pio. I have an army. I have a Pio.
It's alright, but I prefer fantasy. It's got Total Warhammer, Vermintide, Gotrek, and Felix, and more, and was great until GW blew it up and replaced it with Age of Sigmar.
And if you ask me, Age of Shitmar is a better title.
I've
good
heard
design,
that
but very
times.
shitty lore. Yeah, very good design, but very shitty lore.
I am sad
we 40k autists are being replaced with an Italian. What do you mean?
You guys are still gonna come on stream just for this week and next week. It's gonna be Pontius this week, then Pontius, Pio, and Arch next week. Then I will do a poll on which faction we talk about next. I think you guys wanted me to talk about the Orks, but I'm not.
And Pontius will be there because Italians are superior.
And just Pontius will be here in spirit. Pontius is like the narrator guiding little LumLum along the twists and turns of lore. Yes. Oh, and yes, she only had dozens of autists ready to teach her about it, but I guess she prefers her famous autist instead of the locals. I love you guys. Hush. You guys know I love you. God. Also, next week, Pontius plus the Arch stream with LumLum. Yes, next week is Pontius, Pio, Arch, and me.
Yeah, because we released a new video that proves, even if circumstantial, it is a lot more than others have done, the true origins of the Emperor. Even if the video is like 59 minutes long, and the origins as material emperor, like when the emperor was born and such, were covered in the first 16 minutes. So LumLum will have to stay wondering what the next is, well, like the next minutes are covering, because it is not even a quarter of the video. So stay with that doubt in mind. It will be useful.
Assuming Arch will remember to show up. Well, that's what I'm for. I'm here to fucking remind him. And I'm gonna be sharing Pontius's video in the Discord so you guys can watch, because there's theory crafting that you guys can join in on too. Yep. I know how much you guys love theory crafting. Yeah, honestly, theory crafting is a lost art now, because everyone just wants to take everything as lore and canon. It's like, nope, this is canon, they said, and it's like, but theory crafting exists. And theory crafting has actually changed lore in some media as well, which is really interesting.
Yep.
I know.
Because simply sometimes the fans make better lore than the writers. It is that simple.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't followed Arch much after finishing his Vrax series. I do enjoy the Italian man. It's like an extra holiday. Yeah. Okay, let us
Lore,
continue.
canon? No, I prefer a catapult to a cannon.
Cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm,
yeah, it is organized is a very dumb thing to say. Like, general, the warp is organized. Oh yes, you just need a very specific breed of humans to even be able to navigate it. It is so organized that without them, you will literally collapse because you don't know where the fuck you're going.
But Pontius, but it's organized chaos. What do you mean?
It's organized chaos. It's an explosion made of water. It is like the theory of the deep warp. It is bullshit.
Norgal and Zeech, however, a fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to
Kafka, is that you? This looks like Kafka.
There is a lot of us in this artwork. It is incredible.
Oh yes, there is.
their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the Craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this
sorry. What are the Harlequins? What? They split themselves in the Craft World Elders and in the Dark Elders. The Harlequins and the Exodites on the background. We don't count. Okay. Like literally laughing, murdering clowns and elder hippies don't count. Okay.
You know, it's finer details that he knows people won't look into.
Yep.
Storms of the Imperium and ended the Age of Strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of
wait. This he got the events backwards. The war to reunite humanity was the Unification Wars. The war to reunite humanity at large, like after he reconquered Terra through the Unification Wars, was the Great Crusade. So he already confused the two elements in just one single explanation. Okay.
Oh my god, this is beautiful. The sad dino self noises.
Yeah, the Exodites are pretty cool. I say that because I would like to have a literal primitive elf as a girlfriend, but they do have battle dinosaurs, so.
Dino riding space elf hippies don't count.
Yeah, when I talked about them in the video, where I explain why the Imperium are the good guys, I wrote a joke for Pio when I'm done explaining the Exodites, which is like, go find a job, hippies, and that's the joke. That's the entire joke.
How the fuck is he making a worse explanation than his previous video? I don't know!
It takes talent to be this wrong.
Oh man, I'm loving this.
Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease.
Created,
but these warriors
not recruited. They were created. They were recruited. No, they were created. They were not recruited. They were an experiment.
I see. I mean, it's forceful recruitment, I guess. I don't know.
Nobody knows, actually. It might be forceful recruitment for some of them, but it is unclear. They were assholes. That is very much clear. Just look up the Battle of Gadware and you will see why.
Careful, Pontius. Italians have a poor history with colonizing primitives.
I mean, I don't need to colonize her. She can actually make me worse. I care only about her.
Forceful recruitment equals conscription, LumLum. Yeah, details. Who's gonna argue with the Emperor anyway? Yeah, recruited by birth. Yep.
are a blunt tool and had overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 2018 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin.
Oh, we are not
Great
mentioning
Crusade.
Erda, okay? We're not mentioning the worst fucking mother on the face of any sci-fi universe. Oh no, I don't want my sons to be used to conquer the galaxy and enslave other races or wipe them out. I'm sure they will be very, very much better away from the Emperor and inside the fucking hell as she sent them into the warp. But okay.
21. We don't talk about the other ones.
No, I'm pretty happy that Erda is canon, because technically by adding her for forced inclusivity, Games Workshop made the fault of the Dark Ages of the Imperium and the fall of the Imperium of Man into the very much shitty position that it is now, onto a very, how to explain it without offending people, onto a very weak and easily manipulated emotional woman that literally sent genetically modified demigods into hell because she thought it was better this way than them being with the father. But okay.
Don't the custodians
I'm pretty
come
happy
before
she
the
was added,
Astartes?
because she was added. You see, the Primarchs have a mother, and she literally ruined the fucking galaxy for humans. So.
Benjamin asked, didn't the custodians come before the Astartes?
Yeah, they were created shortly before the Astartes were made. Yeah, Guillemom has like bronze level balls. Like Tarasha Eoten, which is the mother of Robute Guilliman, was able to tell to the Night Hunter, which is Conrad Curse, go fuck yourself face to face as he wanted to kill her. The woman had balls so big they had their own orbit. Probably they were the ones that destroyed Cadia the first time.
The custodians came before the Astartes and the Thunder Warriors. I see. When in hell are Warhammer 40k fans afraid of being offensive?
I mean, I'm not afraid of being offensive. I'm afraid for the LumLum VOD. That's the main thing. I'm not afraid to be offensive. In fact, I'm very fucking offensive in every single one of my videos.
Oh man, Pontius is God's gift to man when it comes to just yapping. It's fantastic. I adore this man.
Too
But
much
it's
for
like
TK lore to talk about. Not many brain cells in everyone else.
But it's like in terms of Warhammer 40k fans afraid of being offensive. When did Games Workshop put out the Warhammers for Everyone post?
It was end of 2020 during the riots for the death of George Floyd.
Yeah. So that's probably when. Maybe
Yep.
even a little earlier than that.
Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools, once used for harvesting and agriculture, now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears, sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and
Became
their
wide.
supercomputers.
We have the wide Bricky meme here. Oh my god. Pontius as in Pontius Glow. You are very observative. Yeah, actually we actually announced that our next video is exactly on Pontius Glow. So yeah, that meme will be explained.
Oh man, I can't wait till your next video, and I can't wait till the next Lord Destroyers. It's fantastic. I will once again shill for this man. If you guys are not a part of the Pontius's Patreon, go subscribe to it, because Lord Destroyers with him and Pio, from the episodes I've seen so far, absolutely fucking amazing. I adore both of them, and hearing them just autistically yap about what people get wrong is fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah, like you don't need even to get out with too much money, like to even participate live, because we get like our Patreons to join us as we record, so they can actually intervene. You just have to pay $5 a month, so it's not even that much.
And it's not $5 a month derogatory. It's affectionate.
No,
it's not Invader
fact,
B.
like, no, like pay them if you can. If you're starving, don't pay them. I prefer you eat. I'm not. It is just $5 a month. You guys watch me for free 4 hours a day, and you don't even have $5. That woman. I'm not a violent person, but would have smacked the shit out of her. I'm pretty. She was so entitled. Fucking Christ.
Oh, but here you guys go. Here's a link to the Patreon, so you guys can subscribe if you guys want to. And then the
Thank you, LumLum. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You gotta help to support the boy. What's the difference in size between a Warhound Titan and a Knight?
Technically, the biggest knight is as big as a Warhound Titan, but normally knights are a bit smaller. Like Titans, like the Warhound should technically be a 14 meters class, while the Imperial Knights, like the biggest one again, is as big as a Warhound, so 14 meters. But the smallest one arrive even to 3 meters. The medium is like 6 and 9. But they are faster, they are better equipped, because like they have better connections with their pilots, so they are more agile. Like where the Titans are literally a blunt force traumator, the Imperial Knights are a surgical scalpel, because they're faster and more agile than normal Titans.
Interesting. I have tried to identify as a rich man, but the bank keeps telling me to buzz off last time they called the police. Well, obviously you didn't have a pronoun pin saying rich man. Duh. How can they call the police on you if you have a pronoun pin on you?
Yeah, Zipa, it is actually pretty much true because the Imperial Knights needed very little modification because they were already at Dark Age of Technology creation. Because the Night worlds where humans settled to be away from the oppressive levels of high technology that there were. They were pretty much the Exodites of the Dark Age of Technology, living a more primitive life on more naturally grown worlds. And the Imperial Knights were just literally machines to do harvest, cut down trees, like the chainsaws that the Knights have were literally tools to cut down trees. So they were made to be that way. Imperial Titans instead were weapons mostly controlled by AI. That's what the machine spirit is. And because a good part of that AI was replaced with pilots, they aren't as smart or as fast or as effective as they could be. So that's why, because the Titans needed modifications to be used by humans, the Imperial Knights were originally already used by humans, so they have better technology.
The throne mechanicum connects the pilot to the knight like an Eva suit. It also chops off a bit of the pilot's soul during bonding.
Yeah, the Castigator class Titan was AI because he was the first and he was lost. If he wasn't lost, they would have modified him too. But good luck even building a Castigator class Titan. They cannot build the Imperator. The Castigators are literally bigger, so.
Who decided to grab a cathedral and shove a giant robot under them?
That was actually the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus see the Imperator class Titans as literal living embodiments of the spirit of war of the machine god. So they're pretty much revered as big giant temples built on war machines. So if you want to know who pretty much built a fucking cathedral on the back of a battle robot, blame the Mechanicus.
Okay, I like this comment from M-Boy. Also gotta love how Tau initially thought there's no way that humans would waste that many resources on massive robots. Then the mountains started getting closer.
Yeah, it is actually canon. It is what happened.
Okay, yeah, that's
the Titans are propaganda. Wait, why is the mountain getting closer? We're not moving. And then they were completely annihilated by a shot of plasma from a plasma annihilator of an Imperator class Titan.
Everybody's gangster until the church starts walking. Oh my god. You know, the more and more I learn about the Mechanicus, the more I'm just like, you know what? I'll fuck with these guys. They're pretty neat. Tanner says, Pontius, if you're interested in all the AI music, not just the ones about Lumi, just search Tanner's AI music channel on YouTube. It has the Barbershop Quartet song about Arch's Skaven girlfriend.
Oh my god. I can see Arch being into Skaven, but I think it is mostly the Goatee that gives me that impression.
Oh no, he is. He is very much into Skaven. Have you not seen how many Skaven women are part of his thumbnails? Oh, man. We gotta talk about that man's toxic woman problem.
How much of a toxic woman problem can a 40k nerd have? They usually don't survive the first fucking date with me. They usually go away with an entire encyclopedical knowledge of 40k, but never for a second date.
Oh man, I seen an absolute perfect meme that I forgot to send you, but it was essentially a picture of a tall goth chick saying 10 out of 10 woman, and a shorter dude saying me explaining Warhammer 40k Lord her.
Yeah, I will say literally me, but I wouldn't pull a Betty to that level, so that cannot be literally me.
I mean, I think this is Arch's secret. He finds the most mentally damaged women to date because he apparently has scars from one of them. He kicked one in the face while he was...
Oh yeah, he has very, very much mental scars from one of the women he dated, which he also kicked in the face. Well, that escalated fucking quickly.
It sounds on brand for Arch. It's like, okay, the amount of stories that man tells, I don't know which ones could possibly be fake and which ones are real. The one where he says that he was trying to do the devil's tango with 2 women and ended up kicking one in the face, I don't know if that's him bullshitting or not, because he has the devil's talent of being able to tell bullshit stories with it sounding completely legit. For the longest time, until I talked to Kibbs for the first time, I legitimately thought his audience was paying him to transition. Then he said, no, Arch lies as easily as he breathes. And I'm like, you're right.
I mean, at least he's accurate about lore, so that's not a problem. Oh my god.
You keep her a secret, run, Lumi. Arch is Norwegian, he can't bullshit. Arch kicked a woman in the face accidentally during a threesome or so. Or so he says. Yep. Arch would unironically make a good Inquisitor. He would. He honestly would. Reverend
he has
Norris
a physical scars, oh my god.
Yeah, he has physical scars on by his eyebrow, I believe. You can see it faintly in his videos. He does have the scar on his face from the ex trying to cut him with a knife.
Jesus!
I tell him to stop looking for like broken women. He's like, but those are my favorite kind.
It's literally she can make me worse, but made into a person.
You know, it's like I don't know what makes these women lash out at him. It's either him trying to explain Warhammer 40k lore while laying in bed with them, or ignoring them. One of the two. It's like
It looks pretty on par with 40k fans, yeah.
It's like, you know, I can only imagine a Warhammer 40k fan's idea of foreplay is explaining at least one faction before getting to do anything.
The woman naked in bed and the man just going, okay, you must understand, the Imperium of Man.
Like, all right, babe, what do you want to learn about first, the Orks or the Eldar? She's like, but I don't want to. Like, no, it's okay. It'll only take about 3 hours.
Oh my god.
The meow story at dinner. Oh my fucking god. You know what? This will be the last art story I'll tell before we go back to the Bricky video, because we're not even 10 minutes into this fucking thing.
And we have already pretty much gotten wrong half of what he has said, so...
But essentially with the whole meow story is, this was the same ex that I think cut him. But he was like, you know, I don't get why people say that it's hot or whatever to have your girlfriend scratch your back and they're like, you know, being scratch marks and shit. And he was at dinner with his family and his girlfriend was there with them. And I think he said it was his aunt or one of his family members, asking how he got like scratches on him because there was some scratch marks there. And then he says on instinct, oh, my cat did that. He forgot his cat died a couple months prior. His girlfriend looks at him and just says meow.
Oh my god. I would love a woman like this, but that would be just to make it ironical, not a repeated thing. Oh my god.
I forgot who was on stream with us during that Archcast, because he was just telling us a bunch of his own personal stories. The grandpa sock story is still kind of gross, but that's for another day. Don't forget, Arch insisted on having sex on seal skin for easy cleaning. Yeah. He says that... was it seal skin or was it, lamb? I thought it was lamb. Or ram. One of the two. I don't think it was seal.
I mean, even because, like, killing a seal just to have sex on it sounds a bit Slaanesh in nature.
Arch overshares like a madman. He does. Sheepskin. Yeah, it was sheepskin, not seal. I also think that it's kind of illegal to kill seal.
Yeah, you have to understand this. Like in Polish, seals are actually said foca. So when you see a foca with, like when you see an adult seal with his child, you know you're dealing with a foca and with a moda foca. So.
All right, let's try to get through at least like 5 more minutes of this video.
Okay, we will interrupt just every 30 seconds because I'm sure we'll get more stuff wrong.
forming the Leagues of Votann. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last.
But why? They were united from the first book. After a great amount of books, Horus Rising, all the Primarchs are found. Okay. Like, Horus Rising is literally from like the beginning of the end of the heresy. There is no books before that. So after an incredible amount of books, all the children were found. But there is no books about finding them. There is only flashbacks. Like,
I mean, unless there was some new books published, I don't know. Because honestly, again, I haven't watched I haven't seen his original Warhammer 40k faction explain video, so I don't know what the fuck has changed between these videos. So, who knows?
Accidental. The Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp, and this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result.
it's over, John Warhammer. I am the Warhammer 40,000. Every war has its hammer, Horus heresy.
Oh my god, just... You see, I haven't even...
It reminds me of a Twitter account called Call Me Shay, I think it was called, or something. It was an account that advocated for female marines and such, and somebody mentioned, oh yeah, but what about Horus Lupercal and such, what he was told, and she was, he or she, whatever the fuck, was like, oh, but who is Horus Lupercal? And everyone was like, it is Horus, the Horus Lupercal of the Horus Heresy. Oh, I didn't know his last name was Lupercal. And how the fuck are you advocating for female marines if you don't know that Horus is not called Horus Heresy?
I mean, I thought Horus's last name was of mankind, since his father is the Emperor.
No, listen, he's Horus Heresy, that's John Warhammer, and this is the Warhammer 40,000 battles, but you can see only one Warhammer in here.
That's the reaction to picking up the next one after the 39,999th hammer. God
Yeah,
damn
Warhammer
it.
40,000 is a universe about finding Warhammers. They are around the 42,000 at this point.
He had to go and collect the 40,000 Warhammers. That's not
amazing.
A Warhammer,
Counts like a
that's
number.
amazing.
It counts like a hammer because I say so. Fuck you.
Debates on making a cursed art just for that joke alone. No! Looking for the hammers of war. Just imagine an extremely large, what were those books that were around when we were kids, and you had to, like, find a bunch of random ass little objects in a large picture. It wasn't I Spy, it was something else.
I mean, you're talking of a version of Find Waldo, pretty much.
Fuck. I think it was the I Spy books. But anyways, just imagine an extremely large book of that, but you have to find 40,000 Warhammers in all the pages.
The book is as long as the entirety of the 40k lore.
Yes. No, it's not Where's Waldo. I think it was just called fucking... You know what? This is gonna bother me until I look it up. Hold on. Yes, I was right. Let's see. Open image, new tab. Why are you so small? These. The I Spy picture books. These are like my favorite fucking things when I was a kid. And no, this but Warhammer. You have to find all the Warhammers.
Find the Warhammers in every page, and there is like just one page, and it is just Warhammers everywhere. Okay, now count them.
Ugh, beautiful.
result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orks. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would be...
People forget about the Orks all the time. I don't know if they're the most formidable foes, if people keep forgetting about them.
Removing the most formidable. They are formidable for the wrong reasons. Like, they are so inherently impossible to purge from a fucking planet that's what makes them formidable, because you can literally kill them for centuries, they will still be there. It is incredible. They live even in the warp. There is a warp world that is just orcs that fight incessantly and keep dying against the forces of Khorne, and Khorne just resurrects them because he finds them funny, so that makes you understand how formidable they are. But like, generally, this is not the timeline of events. Removing that he didn't mention that the Emperor staying on the Golden Throne is actually the only thing keeping the human webway closed, and an endless army and legions of demons and demon princes from overwhelming Terra in minutes. But removing that, the Orc invasion is talking about is the War of the Beast, and the War of the Beast happened around like M32. It was a good millennia after the Horus Heresy. This sped through the Age of Scouring, various other wars. Like, it was a long time before the War of the Beast. There was even the first Black Crusade before the War of the Beast, because Rogal Dorn was there until the first Black Crusade, then he disappeared. He was the last Loyalist Primarch to disappear, and after that he was not there, and then the War of the Beast happened. So
even in Exterminatus. Why does everything end in atus?
Because it's Latin.
Because it's Latin. Oh yeah, you're right. Fucking whatever. A planet-killing weapon may not kill them all on a planet. You know, it's like, okay, Warhammer 40k orcs are very interesting because it's like, you know, they can function at, like, you know, a pretty competent level when they're like, oh, as long as it's, you know, all in a single button. Travel, attack, anything, single button. That's fine. But the fact that, like, because I still need to look into the orcs a bit more, because that's a future stream that we're gonna do. But the first thing that I learned about the orcs is that if they all believe in something enough, they could basically materialize it. What the fuck?
Much, yeah.
That is fucking wild. Also, hi Todd, how are you doing? Thank you for lurking.
I mean, if you are interested, there is technically a scientific 40k explanation for it, but I don't know how interested you are in it.
Shrooms, bro. They are fungi. Orcs are the truest psychers. Pontius, check if LumLum has seen Purple Orc. A purple orc? What purple orc?
The meme is the purple orcs exist, but because purple makes the orcs actually invisible, you cannot see them.
I see. 40k orcs are the only ones enjoying life in the galaxy. Yeah, that sounds about right.
For them, war is pretty much recreational, so...
Purple equals stealth? I see.
Yeah.
Man. You know what, guys? I think our next local autist stream will be about the orcs, because I want to learn more about them. They seem pretty neat, and from the videos that I've seen of them, well, the meme and animations that I've seen of them, they're pretty neat, and I enjoy them.
Become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the
jumping through
Adeptus.
so many loops. The Age of Apostasy was M36. Like, we have gone from the Horus Heresy to 6,000 years later in 30 seconds. What the fuck?
The Age of Apostasy is fresh in my mind too, since we just recently watched that. So
Yeah,
I'm even
we
just like,
covered
what
it
the fuck?
recently, so you know in detail what happened. And even then, like, it wasn't the zealotry of the people of the Imperium that created the Age of Apostasy. It was literally a fetishist that took power. That's what caused the Age of Apostasy.
It was the owner of WikiFeet that caused this.
Yeah, there is a lot of memes with Doge and
Doge Van Dyer.
the Doge Van Dyer and his obsession with barefooted female warriors.
Oh, man. I love the Doge Van Dyer memes. They're fucking fantastic.
Yeah,
Have you
there
ever
is a lot
seen a
of them.
purple orc? No. That's because they're just sneaky ones. Oh my god. Bricky do be time skipping mad now. Yep. Brought to you by Bricky, by the way.
I mean, the name of Bricky is anything but a sign of quality, if you ask me, but okay.
You know, there is such thing as separating the art from the artist. This is one of them.
The problem is that both the art and the artist suck in this case, so how do you separate them?
Yeah. Yes, Lumi's descendant, Ghost Van Dyer, the Footman. No!
The Age of Apostasy. Okay, thank you.
Uh,
Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000. Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming
It
a
was found in
highly advanced
M35, not in the 40th millennium, and even then Warhammer 40,000 started in the 31st. But okay.
think Bricky is trying to speed run to 40k so he could start incorrectly explaining the factions. Well, then he could do a whole separate video just doing a tilder of, you know, everything. And then he can do his factions re-explained. But no! Whatever.
If the first version of these videos was even worse, I can just imagine the horror he said in those. But okay.
You know, we will watch Bricky's Horus Heresy videos one day. Or you can do that for a lore destroyer with Pio. Either or.
It depends, because I would have to go and reread the entirety of the Horus Heresy series, like I do usually, but okay.
Oh, it was worse? Oh, no.
A lot more inaccuracies. Fucking Christ, I'm glad to see he has gotten better, even if he still sucks. I mean, it's...
coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
No
Gotta
problem.
go grab my kiddo from downstairs.
I mean, no mention of the Badab War. If that was the only problem, the Badab War was in the 31st millennium. But there is not even mentions of the Macarian Crusade, the Age of Hope, the Age of Conquest. Like, there is mentions of nothing, literally. Like, oh yeah, the Age of Apostasy was important enough to be left in it. But the literal guy that reconquered 1,000 planets in a few decades, called Lord Solar Macarius, was not important enough. The foot fetishist was, but the guy that literally moved a war that was so big it was second only to the Great Crusade was not important enough. Brick has a Sisters of Battle fetish. That explains why is it with every VTuber in existence. Because I can understand it is a broad strokes video, but even in the strokes he's giving out bad information. Like, the problem is not that he's explaining generally and there is a lack of detail. The main problem is that what he's explaining is getting wrong. Literally, one phrase out of 2 he has said until now was wrong, and I needed to correct it. That is the main problem with Bricky. Like if the problem was only stuff missing, I have a problem with what is including versus what is keeping out. But the problem is that he's explaining stuff in the wrong order, jumping away from more important events than what he's mentioning, wrong dates, wrong names, wrong timeline of event, oversimplifying more complicated stuff. Like generally, until now, you literally would have more quality by reading the wiki. That is my main point of concern. Lysek, we made a video about it if you're interested, where we actually destroy one of the myths that there is behind Lord Solar Macarius, which is how did he die? It's a mystery. And everyone was calling it a mystery, and I was like, no, it's explained in the third book of his trilogy. But why there is a mystery behind it? And we made a video about him. So if you're interested in knowing generally, if you like, we don't spoil too much to the point that you can still read the books, but we made a 1-hour video about him before, during, and after. So. No, my argument is not that you need to teach them proof first, but literally, is explained at the beginning of the Imperium. With the Unification Wars, the Emperor started uniting humanity into one single banner. No, that's the Great Crusade. The Unification Wars is another entire thing, but he still called it the Unification War. This would be like telling a child, if you're teaching him math, 2 + 2 equals like square root of 4. That's literally the definition of what we have read until now. This is not nitpicking, because what is said in broad strokes is wrong until now.
What I miss.
No, that's like there was somebody complaining about the fact that we are a bit nitpicking for the video because it is lacking detail, but it is broad strokes, and I'm like, yeah, but even the broad strokes are wrong. So well, the problem is that here.
I mean, it's like, it's constructive criticism. You can't have everyone being in a hug box saying, good job, you did perfect, honey. And also, this is why you brought Pontius on, because it's fun having him just be like, no, this is incorrect! It is kind of tismy. Yeah. Well, yes, that's the point of Pontius and his content. He is very tismy.
I mean, my entire videos is literally shitting on other YouTubers, shitting on the wikis, and then correcting even the wikis. So we literally have a counter on the channel called the Lexicanum Light Counter, where we started from the second video from 2, and now, like 19 videos later, we are at 67, I think. So.
Yes, when teaching, you always say bad info first, then when they can pull additional information via logic, you get into the details and correct. Again, you guys are doing okay, enjoying the stream. Well, I'm happy you're enjoying the stream.
I'm happy you're enjoying the stream too, but yet what you say doesn't make any sense. Is not giving broad strokes, because what you want to say is not incorrect information. You give general information, like teaching a child 2 + 2 = 4, and then when you go to university, you find out that there is a lot more than 2 + 2 = 4. But generally, what he's doing is he's giving extremely broad strokes of lore, but even these broad strokes is getting wrong. He's getting wrong timelines, confusing events, giving wrong names to events, so pretty much sending people that know nothing looking into the wrong stuff. Like, generally, it is not that he's lacking in detail. It's just what he's saying not only is lacking in detail, but he's also very often wrong. That is why, yeah, there is actually a lot of jokes about me getting banned from Lexicanum. And even now getting sued by Lexicanum. That's a good joke to make.
Oh, that's funny. And it's like, I'm sure, like, Pontius will have more to say once we get into the specific faction portion of this, because we're still in the intro. We still got 9 more minutes of intro. It's been about an hour and a half. We're 11 minutes into this video, so we're gonna be here for a while. A better example is Bricky is saying the Civil War is war when the Americans rebelled against the British.
Yep.
Is not broad strokes, he's just throwing the whole damn paint at the miniature. Yeah. Yeah, he is just throwing the whole can of paint, isn't he? But anyways.
Yeah, just throw the model into non oil. Entirely.
Alright, let us continue.
outside the galaxy. As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Explained badly, if you ask me.
Hunting tactics, you mean the Zerg Rush? I mean, you're honestly always surprised by any type of orc attack, because they just kind of move.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on the Strawman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh right, it's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment. No.
This is an ad? Is it an ad? Oh, it's an ad!
Yeah, it's an ad,
We're
okay,
skipping.
skip it.
Ew, it's an ad! Disgusting. Let's see. Ad. What's
Yeah,
this?
it's going to
Dark
an
Age
ad,
technology. Okay. About... there.
40K faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has...
Man, did you know that he is a bridge to your videos, Pontius? How do you feel about that?
More than a bridge, I will consider him a hole to my videos. Like, there's not even a slight comparison. We research for weeks before we make a video. This seems done with 5 minutes, and the research are probably half a day.
And it's like, you know, there's only one bridge, man, that I will accept, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this. It's the bridge god himself, Arch. He is the bridge, he is the gates. No one's gonna claim that from him. A bridge or abridged? For him, it's probably abridged.
Yep.
He's a Shilly May bridge then.
has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games, and a couple miniseries. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form. Needless to say,
No, that's straight up lying. The Adeptus Ridiculous literally uses a single mantra. Entertainment over accuracy. You are not teaching anything in Adeptus Ridiculous. You are making stuff up in Adeptus Ridiculous. That is the correct explanation. Like the stuff, oh, I'm a tank, the meme that I see about the orcs. That's completely fucking made up. And it came from Adeptus Ridiculous, so...
It's like, hold on. Let me see. I have a perfect comparison here. Let's see.
Like, you do not need to be inaccurate to be entertaining. Like, but it just requires a bit of clever writing to be entertaining while still being accurate. It is why our videos work. They're written in a way where they keep you on the suspense of what is being revealed for the theory videos, but generally, we break up the correct explanation with jokes and skits, just to, offset the boredom that might come from just learning about lore for 1 hour. So you don't need really to be inaccurate to be entertaining, you just need to be smart.
Yeah. It's like, okay, because I've never seen Adeptus Ridiculous either, but from what I'm getting here, is that saying that you are a Warhammer fan and a Warhammer, lore nerd via Adeptus Ridiculous is like saying that you are a huge fan of Hellsing Ultimate while you only watched Hellsing Ultimate Abridged.
Yep.
It's not the same thing, my dude. I'm sorry, but you chose an inferior version of what a good thing is. But that's just me. Boredom, I've just listened to entire playlists of Arch. It's like I listen to Arch whenever I am doing other things like cleaning, or just I need something in the background. But I also...
You listen to Arch, but not to our Badab War series. I'm remembering that.
I have that in my playlist too when I get tired of listening to Arch because I have to listen to that man talk multiple times a week. It's like more of a, oh yeah, you get to hear Pontius talk, and then I'm just like, oh shit, I'm listening to more Arch. It's like some of my inner dialogue in my head now is in Arch's voice, and I'm like, fuck!
I mean, there are people that actually read my rants on Discord with my accent, so that's not so new. There are people literally know when I read about 40k lore, I can read it only in your voice, and I'm like, I'm into the mind of people.
So much more than just Spaceman Shoots Big Gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer Fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1 million stories over 1 million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes...
Still recommending Pancreas No Work. He does what Bricky does, but better and more accurately. Oh yeah, I'm subscribed to Pancreas No Work.
Betrayer! No.
I've been subscribed to you since you came onto the Archcast.
But anyway, sorry, did he say in chronological order? Which is the first species he talks about in this chronological order?
Necrons.
The Necrons. Oh, then the next one?
Chaos.
Chaos. And the one after that, I'm curious now.
Eldar.
The Eldar. The Orks are not in this video, are they?
Other Chaos God, Craft World Eldar, Adeptus Mechanicus, Imperial Guard, Imperial Knights. Nope, they're not in here.
So, chronological order. The Orks are missing from this chronological order, but okay. Yeah, the War in Heaven, the Orks were in the War in Heaven. The Orks version was, but they are not here.
Orks are in part 2. Yeah, part 2 of Factions Re-Explained is going to have to be in another stream, because otherwise I think we would probably be here for almost an entire day.
Yep.
Makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire. As mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the C'tan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was
I was well
by
aware of
hate
it.
after being
He just didn't have any other choice, but he was well aware that the guy was known as the Deceiver.
Yeah, it's like making a deal with the devil. You know what you're signing up for, but essentially you have no other choice. You know that you and your species are dying really fast and you want a way to be able to live. And that's unfortunately the trade-off. It's like, you know, a rock in a hard place. You die or you deal with whatever the fuck comes after that.
Yeah, and even then, the fact that he was called the Deceiver is pretty deceiving by itself, because technically he never lied to anyone. He just omitted details that will make the deal break, but okay.
Bad choice or death, such a hard choice? Yeah. I'm gonna say this, Tomb Kings are better than Necrons. Tomb Kings got Nagash and Setra. Necrons got a dumbass king who trusts to deal with a guy named the Deceiver and damns his people. Yeah, sounds about right. Wait, is one of his pauldrons a pigeon?
What?
Whose?
What pauldrons?
Yeah, I don't see pauldrons here. Unless it was, like, further back? Nagash is a retard. He is dog doo-doo, etc. Compensates enough, though.
The Chaos God's like afraid of Setra, from what I remember, because he was like almost on the point of destroying them. So yeah, the fantasy version was yeah. Oh yeah, those are pauldrons. Yeah, one of them is a pigeon, because I thought it would be funny. One of them is an eagle, the other is a pigeon.
The pigeon is just Pio's pet. He was like, yeah, no, it's going there.
Yeah, it's the Pio version of a pauldron, just a pigeon.
Pasta pauldrons.
Debased by the old ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The C'tan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the C'tan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass.
No,
I was still muted. Anyways, Bricky, please, for the love of God, I know you cater to the Zoomer audience. Probably even into a bit of Gen Alpha, because they're actually, you know, having sentience of adulthood. Oh my God. Anyway.
Yeah,
stop with the vine booms! For the love of fuck, please! It's like,
it reminds me of the brain rot with Minecraft. We're reading the chats with AI voice.
Oh my God. Chicken, shut up! No! I have a 13-year-old. I have to hear that enough. Shh.
Chicken joke.
It's from the Minecraft movie.
Yeah, no, I have a VTuber version that sings it. I will send you the...
Google Doggy.
No, I have a VTuber version, sang meme version of the lava chicken. I will send it to you later. You will love it.
If I found my Gen Alpha nephew watching Bricky, I'd beat him.
Beat him first, and then send him to our channel. Don't worry, we'll teach him well.
Brothers play as Beepus. Minecraft movie is good though. The Minecraft movie was made perfectly for the audience that they were catering to. Because, you know, a lot of kids don't have a lot of good movies that they can just enjoy like we used to when we were kids. So, I'm happy that the Minecraft movie did so well. Because people are like, oh, this movie's fucking stupid. It's stupid because it's only going towards kids. Gen Z, Gen Alpha. It's not for the adults. Like kids.
Yeah, I wonder what
things.
people expected from a Minecraft movie. Like, did you expect Games of Thrones but done with cubes or something?
Jack Black is just Jack Black and we suffered for it. Yeah, Jack Black really did hit a wall, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, but that's for another day. Chicken jockey snap neck. What are you talking about? Kids can watch the movie we enjoyed as kids. Yes, but I'm talking about modern movies because they're not just gonna stop making movies. I would rather have new movies that are just for pure fun than for the pandering messaging that people keep trying to push out, like the Barbie movie tried to do, and then failed at that pandering message because Ken was the best character out of that entire fucking movie.
Yep. You are enough.
You're enough for me. Ugh, God. You're enough.
Of reknitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, or you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces
Oh, I got
with their
raided?
minds intact.
By whomst? I didn't see a pop-up. Who raided? The
Golden
Kenper.
boy.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. I am with the Pontius, my favorite Italian man, and we are watching Bricky's video on Warhammer 40k Faction to Re-Explained. And we are about 21 minutes into the video, and we've been yapping for almost 2 hours. So as you can see, besides the tangents we've been going on, Bricky is very accurate with his lore.
Extremely accurate.
Extremely. 10 out of 10 no notes. The puddle raid. How was your guys's autism stream? Third time I ran out of memory. YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? YouTube has been shit since they've been trying to stop ad blockers and everything. I will slowly motion towards my kick where there's no ads and the tab doesn't crash every 10 minutes. But I appreciate the YouTube views too.
Yeah, like YouTube can YouTube really undervalues how much effort it takes to press my F5 button every 10 minutes or so. I still prefer to do that than to pay them money or watch the ads.
Well, hell, even if you do pay the money to watch the ads, it still crashes the goddamn tab because your memory is filling up.
Yeah, that's a Google Chrome problem. Gladly, it should change if you change browser.
No, it's not even just Chrome. It happens on every browser.
Oh, that's a mess.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to fight ad blockers, and so they're just ruining their site with it. I'd actually watch their ads if Google wasn't so obsessed with ad revenue that they didn't have malicious ads in there. Yeah, I know. It's fucking stupid. And also, like, for a lot of ads on YouTube, it also depends on how many the streamer or the uploader puts in there. Because you can either manually put in ads every X amount of minutes, or you can have YouTube choose for you. I personally put on, like, balanced ads. I don't know what the fuck that means, but whatever. But there's some people that I've seen that put ads every 5 minutes on their videos.
Yeah, usually when we upload a video, we have to go and delete manually like a good 70% of the ads. We leave like 3 or 4 in an hour video, because then if you put an ad every 5 minutes, people will stop watching after the second one. It becomes too annoying.
Yeah. Get Brave, people? I do use Brave. That is my main browser that I use. Alright, let us continue.
Not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Xeric, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the C'tan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the C'tan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orks were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis.
No, that's not what happened at all. Removing that technically a slide again, because you cannot kill gods. Yeah, tell that to Landugor, also known as the Flayer. He died. It is how the Flayer virus was created. But removing that, yeah, gods cannot be killed, but actually they can be killed. No, the Necrons went to sleep because they simply were tired. Like, the war in heaven could have lasted millions of years for all we know. And after fighting so long, even if you are mindless, at one point you really need to fucking stop it. And even then, the rise of the other races, the Eldars were scared shitless. The Eldars couldn't do anything against the Necrons. The Necrons are immune to psychic powers, and the Eldars at this time fought mainly with psychic powers. And the Orks, if you leave them isolated and without technologies to repurpose, are completely fucking useless because they cannot even leave the planets they are on. So they won. The only thing they wanted was resting because they were tired.
Our poor boys just wanted to sleep.
Yeah.
The most accurate thing would be to say that mortals cannot kill gods. Yeah.
No, the Necron tier are very much mortal. The fact they can reincarnate comes from their bodies, pretty much the fact they are soulless automatons. But like, if they weren't made mechanical, they would still be very much mortal. And even now, there are ways to kill them, so they technically are mortal.
Pontius, if I remember correctly, from Infinite and Divine, there's 5 million years between biotransference and the end of the war in heaven.
But yeah, I was right. It is millions of years of war.
Interesting.
Worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Xeric, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom, but it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imatek the Stormlord, seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orkin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction
Scientists
of
and archaeologists, they're literally the Stallion and Olio of the fucking Necron race. They go around annoying the fuck out of each other and stealing stuff from people.
You know, and I honestly, I like the museum that Fucking who's the one that took some non-volunteer museum pieces?
Yeah, the
Fuck,
British
what's-
Museum.
Yes, the Necron British Museum.
Yeah, he technically in that museum has Thunder Warriors, Custodians, Space Marines from the Great Crusade, a living Krork, and even a clone of Fulgrim. And anyway, big worshipper,
yeah.
please. Yeah, big worshipper, please don't count me in the YouTubers you are mentioning because my videos are very much the most accurate you find on this fucking platform. But okay.
It's like, okay, worshipper. Pontius learned English specifically to do Warhammer lore.
Yeah,
That
this
is
is really the
dedication.
reason I learned for.
But yeah, like Trazen is neat. I like his little museum and shit. And it's like
You should really read the Infinite and the Divine, which is actually a very clever joke on their names because he's Strazin the Infinite and Orican the Diviner. So
oh man, it's like I know I have I think just about every book in like on my computer and stuff. So I have them at my disposal, which is very nice.
obviously from very very much
Yes,
real sources.
Yes, I bought them on Amazon. Thank you for the person for the Amazon links. For real, for real. Oh man. You know, it's like the Necrons are neat dudes though. I did enjoy learning about them.
Thinkable, unimaginable power held back entirely by their own hubris.
Hold on. He also threw a consecrated bell that was ringing into the webway to mess with the elves in there.
Yep.
Yeah. What was it? I forgot which of the. It was either one of the. Fuck. Who was the one that told me that it was a theory that throwing the bell into the into the fucking webway or whatever, and that was gonna bring the Skaven into 40k.
I mean, if we want to be real, the most strange thing that happened in the entirety of the 40k universe, and then not even Zinch can explain, is a little girl literally finishing is impossible to solve labyrinth. So a little kid girl just got out of a labyrinth that was impossible to solve, and even Zinch was like, "How the fuck did she do that exactly?"
Bell of Lost Souls, Bell of Saint Gershon. Is
No,
there
the
multiple
Bell of
bells?
Lost Souls. The Bell of Lost Soul, the Bell of Lost Souls is a bell that is on Terra, so it cannot be that one because it is still ringing on Terra. So.
This game was created when a bell on top of the Warhammer Fantasy Tower of Babylon rang 13 times. Yeah, I remember that. That's a Neverland reference. Interesting.
60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal. But you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and Orks that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, There is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally, they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones, Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer.
I wouldn't exactly say that the Flayers are like Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, but you know. That's
yeah, the Flayer virus mostly is described as being a mental virus that corrupts the consciousness of a Necron and makes him yearn to be organic again. And if they cannot have bodies of their own, they just go and steal whatever they can from the bodies of the others. So they steal bones, skins, just wear them as decorations and stuff, just to try and feel how it is to be organic again. But obviously it doesn't work, but they keep doing it, so.
Yeah, it's like, honestly, I probably would have put a comparison to, like, you know, Buffalo Bill or something like that. But, like, yeah, no, I wouldn't exactly compare the players to Am, because Am believes that he is a higher being than, you know, the human race and everything like that, because that, again, the entire story of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a whole nother stream that we can do once I play through the game and I reread the short story. But no, the played ones are not like Am.
Yeah, but here he's already contradicting himself, because, oh no, yeah, the Catans are superhuman gods that cannot be killed. So anyway, this virus is created by Landlugor when he died.
Am just hates, Flayers don't hate, they just want flush. Yep. It's like, it's not hate, it's more so jealousy than hate. I love just yapping about just random little things, like the rare little things that I know about. I'm happy I can contribute something instead of, ah, yes, that's fascinating.
Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming. And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real. And so is hell, the afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own, known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls. And
you know, just looking at Art of the Warp and stuff, yes, I know those are basically just, it look like abominations coming out of the sky. But it kind of looks like a spider lily, too, at the same time. It looks like a flower.
Yeah, literal hell looks like a flower, LumLum. Better than feet, I suppose.
I mean, have you not seen what a spider lily looks like?
Yeah, they are fascinating, but I don't want to get near one ever in my life.
You know what? Fair enough. Tzeentch's infinite ball pit.
Especially because it is called a spider lily. I suffer from a very heavy case of arachnophobia, so...
The jumping spiders are your friends, Pontius. I set them out by the
jumping
window.
spiders can jump away from me.
You know what? That's fair. Pontius Lumi loves gore. This is her normal. Yes, it is. If anything, this is me at my most tame.
And it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current, and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp.
Hello, Mr. Twisted Frenzy. Pontius, did you ever watch Arch's video on Garin Crow and the Blade of Antweir? It's surprisingly funny.
I've never watched it.
To your reaction list. I see.
I never watched it, but I get very much annoyed to the new model of Garran Crow because the sword is actually fucking active, which is extremely against the lore of the fucking sword. But anyway.
David, the red jumping spiders use silk like a bungee cord. I know, it's so cute. There's some jumping spiders over by my granny's house that have like just the cutest little green eyes. Cute little shits. And I just see them jumping around. I'm like, oh, you guys are so adorable.
Yeah, anyway, just to explain what I told to Mr. Twisted Frenzy, for the people that don't know, Garran Crow is the head of a brotherhood called the Brotherhood of Purity into the Grey Knights Order, so he's the most uncorruptible of the uncorruptibles between the Space Marines, and because the weapon he actually wields, the Blade of Antweir, is a chaos weapon, so powerful and so corrupting that he doesn't trust it to even stay on Titan, that is the home world and the Fortress Monastery of the Grey Knights, because it could corrupt people in there, it is so powerful. He actually uses it as his own weapon and does it always with himself. The problem is that because it is a chaos weapon and is literally incorruptible, he is pretty much fighting on the battlefield with literally a blunt piece of metal that has literally no effect. He's just fighting with a sword without blades, pretty much. And yeah, that's part of the lore. And the sword is not active because obviously it's not corrupted. Then Games Workshop released his new model, and the sword in that model is fucking active. There is warp flames coming out from it, which is the complete opposite of what is in reality. So,
War Boss Doom LumLum, how much for you to play Tarkov? I've never played Tarkov before.
Trust me, however much they offer you, it is not worth the mental anguish that game causes.
Oh, it's funny. I honestly wouldn't even know what type of number to put down for that. Do not. Okay, well, Magma says do not.
Listen, if you want a better version of Tarkov, just really play Gamma at the highest difficulty. It is more fair than fucking Tarkov.
You already played Forever Winter, it's pretty similar. I love the Forever Winter. It's fucking amazing, and I need to play the most recent updates. But first, I need to finish Stellar Blade, and I need to finish Lies of P in the DLC. And it's like, I just was given the DLC by the company, which is great. I am thankful for that. I will yap about that later on. But yeah, we're going to be doing that probably over the next couple weeks. I will think about other games once August, September roll around, because I need to pace myself and not just start jumping from game to game and not finishing any, because that's literally my worst trait as a streamer. And it's like, oh, I just need to get better at finishing games. I can't be like Arch, where he plays a game for 2 streams and never touches it again. Gotta be better than that. September you need to do a stream of Pirates. I know I have to do a stream of Pirates for Talk Like a Pirate Day. Glares in Darkwood. We're playing Darkwood tomorrow, Mechanicus.
I will be present just for the squeaking. I thought it was a meme. Comes out it isn't, and it is incredible.
Yes, there was a besides the whole like fan-funded model for this, people have been saying that I squeak, so I'm like, you know what? It's thematic. So. Also, he needs to give me the link so I could send $50. You can put the $50 towards my Washington trip in August for when we go visit some family. So I will drop the link for that in chat for you so you can send the $50. It will play.
If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular, dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm. But a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough,
War Boss Doom, I'm be honest, I just want you to struggle to figure out how to play Tarkov or go play Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 3 is a good game.
I haven't played Dark Souls 3. I played first Dark Souls. I refuse to touch 2. Haven't played 3 yet. Played Bloodborne. Played Elden Ring. Played the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah. One Thumb Jim is dead. It is hot here. One Thumb Jim will live again. Hello, Footfish. Having fun with the slop? Well, we're about a half hour in. And this is a 2-hour stream so far. Dark Souls 2 is the best Dark Souls, though? I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of mixed opinions on Dark Souls 2.
Nah, I played a good chunk of Dark Souls 2. Trust me, it is not worth the effort. Just don't play it.
Fair enough.
while their disciples have physical forms, we can understand the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art,
they do have it. They do have it. Fuck, there is an entire story with the physical manifestation of Slaanesh appearing in front of Fabio's bile, and he literally going, "No, you are not real." And when she turned to look at him, his organs started shutting down just by being stared at. So yeah, they have physical bodies. They just cannot manifest those into reality, but they are very physical.
You know, it's like looking at just looking at the pictures behind him, on where all of these pictures are from, specifically the websites: Screen Rant, Game Rant, Game Rant, Screen Rant, The Gamer.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now the fifth Chaos God is the Great Horned Rat. It is not Malice.
The Great Horned Rat. I learned.
Yeah,
about
it is actually a Chaos God. So.
War Turkify, can the Necrons make more necrodermis slash Necrons, or do they need Catan to do that?
No, the Necrodermis is literally called like that because it is an invention of the Necrons. Or the Necrontyr, if you prefer. Like, it is their material. It is what they used to make the bodies they gave the Catans, so...
Slaanesh is an abusive girlfriend confirmed. I think that's been confirmed since Slaanesh's appearance.
Sujad, that really Games Workshop should stop fucking with the lore of 40k. Now there is 8 Chaos Gods. Okay, by logic of the warp, the fact that it doesn't follow any rules of time and space, Slaanesh as a Chaos God always existed, never existed, and existed only from one point in time. What about the other 4? How is it possible that they are appearing just now? Because you're retconning it.
It's like, I'm just looking at this headline: Warhammer 40k, strongest Chaos Gods. Who are the Chaos Gods in Warhammer 40k? Warhammer 40k, strongest Chaos Gods. It's always the exact same article headline whenever the Chaos Gods are mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it is usual. They're usually used for the headlines of some stupid articles, but you just have to see who publishes them.
Know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous, muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say, but in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls, but you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the Dreadclaws and unchain the mad.
I mean, it's like the basic TLDR that you can do with, feeding the Chaos Gods is indulging too much in one emotion or thing. It's like with Slaanesh. Indulging too much in, sex, lewd acts, shit like that, until, okay, this isn't enough, you need to do more. It's indulging, taking to the extreme, doing more and more until you essentially fall into madness. Doesn't matter what it is, you can go mad via literally anything. It's like you see religious zealots, you see mass murderers, you see Reddit mods.
I mean, I would have described more Discord mods for Nargol, but okay.
Hedonism? Yeah, hedonism.
No, but generally, he's right on this, but let's just say that being corrupted by chaos is not really something you can choose to let happen. Like, the first chapter master of the Flesh Terrors, Nassiramith, ascended to demonhood of Khorne, most probably completely by fucking accident. He let the rage about the death of Sanguinius burn inside him so much and killed so many beings that at one point, while he disappeared in the warp, he simply ascended to demonhood. And this was confirmed later by his helmet being recovered by the current chapter master of the Flesh Terrors. Oh my god, Gabriel Set, which pretty much saw an entire panorama made of blood, skulls, desolate land, and he could hear a voice that seemed one of Nassiramith, but distorted, more like demonic. Like he couldn't see him, but he could hear him. And just even witnessing what he was witnessing almost sent him into a coma. They had to take off the helmet forcibly and destroy it with a thunder hammer.
And that's why some people need to be tard wrangled, so then they don't fall to chaos. But that's neither here nor there. Lumi is what you get if Khorne and Slaanesh had a baby god.
The strongest new chaos god, Lumi of the Footlick.
Shut up.
Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne. Normally, if I ever want to explain Khorne, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear. His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do?
My brother in Christ is a little long-winded, and I have you sped up. Please use a shorter clip to explain it.
So you want
We have
him
seen
to
the
do you
full
so much
clip.
you could do anything?
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All of these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable.
Well, you have him sped up so he talks. Yeah, you guys want to hear what his actual normal is? This.
Depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary.
It feels like he is now playing at half speed. I need to speed him back up.
If I talk like this, my Bad War series would have been 18 hours.
And more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is
I know exactly what creature screams in the night. His name's Arch, because that's when he functions.
I can relate to that so much, and I'm not proud of it.
Oh yeah, I know. It's like 12 o'clock over there. It's midnight, almost 1 a.m., right?
Oh no, it's midnight and 20 minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, normally like I don't go to sleep until 2 a.m. So.
My cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the Great Unclean One. And look at how happy he—
I mean, guys. So, do you think that means every OnlyFans whore that could possibly have an STD has a little bit of Nurgle inside of them? Think about it.
Yeah, there is a lot of discussions in the 40k community of where STDs fall, if they fall in the hands of Slaanesh because, you know, the sex part, or if they fall on Nurgle because they are diseases. I don't think we ever got an answer to that.
You know? I wouldn't even know where to put them. Because, hell, it's like, okay, last night I was talking about Bonnie Blue getting banned from OnlyFans. At that point, I don't know if she would go to Slaanesh or Nurgle. Because it's a miracle that she's not ridden with STDs, or she's just a carrier and she doesn't show any signs or symptoms. I don't know. It's horrifying to think about it, and I don't want to think about it for an extended period of time. But granted, Grandpa Nurgle does not deserve OnlyFans whores. So maybe just send him over to Slaanesh. STDs are a case of split custody. Isn't Bonnie No, that was a rumor. That was a very funny rumor, but it was a falsehood. It'd be fucking hilarious if she was. Nurgle Slaanesh wouldn't use STDs as it shortens the fun. Lies are more beautiful than the truth, yes. Slaanesh feeds on excessive bloodshed, Corn feeds on spilling infant blood paint. Imagine she got pregnant and then there'd be no way to tell who the father is. No, Slaanesh did nothing wrong. It's Nurgle trying to get his share of all the excess. You know what? Maybe all of the OnlyFans whores are just have a split custody battle between Nurgle and Slaanesh. You know, maybe it's not even a whole, okay, I want to take the kids this weekend. No, it's here, you take the kids. No, I don't want them, you take them. Ugh.
Lumi likes a fungus feet, so you'd count for both.
No! Nurgle doesn't mess with OnlyFans girls, he has a wife. Yeah. Slaanesh would see 1,000 guys as a rookie body count. Yeah. No one wants the Night Lords. Does anybody really want the Night Lords? Nurgle created STDs to screw over Slaanesh for trying to take Isha. Isha,
the elder goddess that Nurgle pretty much kidnapped from being eaten from Slaanesh. She is the goddess of life, prosperity, and such, so she's completely immortal. And Nurgle keeps feeding her diseases to test them. So.
Oh yeah, I've read about that. The Night Lords look cool though. Alright, let's keep going.
He is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls.
My brother in Christ, did you skip over Slaanesh?
Yeah, I skipped over Slaanesh.
How did you skip over Slaanesh, Bricky?
It is broad strokes.
How did you manage to do that? You mentioned 4 and they were color-coded. You said they were color-coded and there was 4 of them. How'd you miss the pink one?
She arrives later. She's late.
Jesus. Hey, Draken. STD is Nurgle. Is Nurgle how it's spread can. Followed corn, grape, Slaanesh, orgy. Zinch, surprise. Star Sector, Star Sector. Why are you telling me Star Sector? That's Arch's thing.
It's actually a game. I can give you a key if you want.
He's gonna focus on Slaanesh during the Eldar one. Okay, so he's gonna talk about the Eldar first and then...
Slaanesh.
Oh, the other Chaos God. Okay, so he dedicates about 5 minutes just to Slaanesh. Okay.
But those that take
Very
Nurgle's
many.
gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the three major chaos gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of
Mr. Twisted Frenzy, actually now that chat mentions it, which Chaos God would get the Night Lords? I know they don't directly serve any of them, but someone's gotta claim them upon their death, same with the Iron Warriors.
I mean, the Night Lords mainly fight and live their life by torturing and killing people. So if you don't consider that an excess of the Slaanesh, you can consider it pretty corner related, because like even Curse pretty much built an entire fucking castle made of screaming faces. So a lot of blood in that.
psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons and Votann, the Old Ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead...
No, this is all completely fucking wrong. This is not what happened in the slightest. The Eldar were the favorite creation of the Old Ones, but they existed at the same time of the Necron tier. They weren't made to fight the Necrons. They were completely fucking useless against the Necrons because they relied heavily on psychic powers, and the Necrons are completely fucking immune. They were so useless, in fact, they retreated and hid inside the webway. And after that, the Old Ones had to make the Orks to combat the Necrons. So no, everything he said now is just false. 100% false.
Okay, I don't know if this person is trying to say that they have been put into bondage and they can't speak or what, but my brother in Christ, please stop spamming random letters and shit. Let's see, live chat, where are you at? Just going to put you in timeout for like 5 minutes, because you're getting a little annoying. Alright, thank you. Alright, let's keep going.
Begin the age of the... The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes. However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much.
Little spoiler about the Eldars that is actually very neat to know. They feel the emotions in a lot stronger and material way than any other race that ever existed. So it is canonical that you can literally make Eldars die of cringe. So show them this video, they will die of cringe.
Okay, that's funny.
much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power.
Lumi, can you respond to my stream elements message? Hold on, let me pull up stream elements. I have it set to where it should show me, but for some reason it does not. Give me a second. Stream elements. Okay, please let me log in, otherwise I will cry. Hi LumLum, is the change to random model redeem broken, or do you have one at the moment? Oh yeah, I forgot to set that back up, so let me quickly change models. I should probably like disable that until I have my shit fixed. Give me a second. You know what? Fuck it.
Yeah,
just,
there was a
silly.
time where a single Tyrannid killed an entire craft world. If I remember right, it is Old One Eye. It is a Tyrannid known as Old One Eye, but I don't remember if it was that one. But it was pretty much a Tyrannid that infiltrated an entire craft world and found its way into the infinite circuit of the craft world, which is where the souls of the elders that died are stored so that they don't go into the warp. And he pretty much ate all of them and became so fucking OP that he's literally a god into the material realm now. He's a psychic god of the Tyranids.
Remember a mention of an elder that was ear rubbed to death?
Oh yeah, it's the Doom of Malantai. Okay, I wonder what happened to. I wanted what happened to Old One Eye.
Power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force, to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psykers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years, they have perfected it so much so that they can weave.
Fish, I know you like water, but why your microphone sound like you're on a beach? I have my fans and AC on because I'm still trying to cool off my apartment because it's been over 100 degrees in freedom units for the past like 5 days.
How the fuck did they not detect a zoanthrope on their fucking craft world? Aren't they psychers? The Eldar get hells every single time I hear a story about them.
She refuses to turn off her AC. Not till I'm cooled down. Fuck you.
Structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created called the Webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Hand sanitizer and condoms.
Well, it is actually correct, yes.
I'm sorry, that was the first thing that came to mind. I had to say it.
But yeah, what he explained, I hope he doesn't explain that the Eldars have to fear the Eldars. The reason the Eldars fell to chaos and created a new chaos god was literally boredom. They were a post-scarcity society that started indulging in the most fucked up things just to be entertained because they were immortal, OP, they had everything they wanted, they had to work for nothing, so they became so bored they became pretty much the Dark Eldars and created a new chaos god just by the amount of slaughters they caused to have fun, so...
Also, like, why does this little drawing on his shirt look like a dollar store PO?
Yeah, stolen our PO. I'm claiming this video.
Yeah, stolen PO. What have they done?
That's that PO. The what every PO sees when he dies. And then they start bickering about who is the real PO, and they never go to the afterlife. So there is an army of POs in front of it.
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves, with a society so perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how can we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely.
I mean, like, okay, they have a point there, but instead of willing participants, you put death row inmates into a Coliseum-type battle, and then the one that, doesn't die in that hand-to-hand combat with maybe weapons, depending on if they have sponsors to give them said weapons, gets to go out on parole, depending on what their sentence was.
Yeah, and like there is a book where we actually witness from the eyes of an elder the birth of Slaanesh, but it doesn't show only that, it actually shows even the before as it is happening slowly. And it is the second book of the Great Crusade, the Feast of Demetrius, where soldiers inside a webway, while they were resting because they were chasing dark elders that had stolen an artifact, they start having visions of what happened in the past inside the webway because it was filled with desiccated husks, so corpses everywhere of elders, and they pretty much see the fall to darkness of the elders, where they go from a decent society to pretty much the dark elders, and then the birth of Slaanesh. And there is a very heavy scene described where, like, Slaanesh is born, the elders start trying to escape her, but as they hear the pure screams of joy and pleasure of those that are getting absorbed, they stop and give themselves willingly to Slaanesh.
Huh, interesting.
Yep.
Didn't they have so much sex that they've evolved to requiring multiple flesh injections throughout their pregnancy to bring it to term?
Yeah, after the birth of Slaanesh, their reproductive system is completely fucked up. So now, like, only 1 in 10 pregnancies of the elder actually gives an elder child. They're so rare; they're defended like treasures. You rarely see an elder child, if ever.
Interesting.
Completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems
No. This continued for thousands of years. Correct. This continued for hundreds of thousands of years. Completely fucking incorrect. Old Night started at the end of M24, beginning of M25. It lasted until M30. It lasted 5,000 years. That happened in 5,000, not hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years, then the human race is completely fucking extinct. So...
Math's hard, Pontius.
Yeah. Hundreds of thousands of years, my ass.
And more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth Chaos God with a sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 Chaos Gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires, but for Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that
Did that say gayest shit ever?
Yeah. but even then, what he's saying is technically untrue, because technically you see the servants of Slaanesh like the purebred demons in the way you want to see them. So if you see an attractive demon clothed whore, that is on you. It is not on Slaanesh.
Yeah, it's similar to how like a succubus works, where they come to you in the form or look that you would want them to be. Something that you lust over the most.
Pretty much, yeah.
Let's see if I can fucking find this one specific.
I mean, the main comparison you can make is with the Asari from Mass Effect, where every race sees an attractive version for their specific species. So yeah, it is pretty much that. So form of feet for LumLum.
No! No! Shut up!
The 5,000 years of the long night noise, when the warp storms caused by the beginning of the birth of Slaanesh cut off pretty much the rest of the galaxy from traveling into the warp. It is the main reason the Human Federation fell, because the Human Federation was on its knees thanks to the cybernetic revolt. But what truly destroyed them was that traveling into the warp to reach other colonies became completely impossible, so they became isolated. That's the reason the long night started.
Fuck, there's this one Warhammer artist that I follow that I'm sure you have seen his stuff before.
Yeah, the giant big fat demon planet, it was actually a fat man in a fetal position. It's in the Abyssal Crusade. I covered it, actually.
Of course, the one time where I want to try to find this artist, I can't fucking find him. God damn it. Oh well, it was this one artist that draws a lot of Slaanesh and stuff. Just draws her as a white-haired Eldar woman. Oh, I don't know. His art's great. I'll probably pop up as soon as we're done with stream. Oh well.
Probably. It is always like that.
Oh, of course you know exactly what artist it is, Moogie. Hold on. I'm sure you've probably seen their art. No, it's not Moss's art. I already follow Mossa, though.
Idiot of the East?
Yes, Idiot of the East.
Wait, are you the white-haired woman? Are you talking about the Ynnari, the Ynnari witch?
Oh yeah, I forgot he made a side account specifically for not safe for work stuff too.
I mean, are you talking of Yennead? Or Yvrain? Yvrain, the white-haired witch, which is the head of the cult of the Ynnari.
Hold on. Let me send you a link to his art. Okay, Discord, please. First.
Yep, that's white-haired Slaanesh.
Yep. He drew so much porn that his account got shadow banned, and now he has to make a second one. Oh yes, Idiot of the East 0 is a safe for work account. Oh yes, here's this one. And then I will... Actually, I'll post this one up for everyone to see since it's safer work. There's no titties cited. It's okay. There you go. I love his art. One day I want to commission him when he has commissions open again. Slaanesh just shipped with the Emperor. Yeah.
Isha Pazzer chess, purisha.
Nice chibi Slaanesh art they made. Oh, I love his art. It's fantastic.
Yeah, he makes funny stuff using Slaanesh, but sometimes he made more serious drawings of her and they become pretty brutal, I must say. So...
A lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the Dark Prince of Desire. It's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slaanesh. Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slaanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal.
Slaanesh coded a Zoomer speak. Yeah.
Zoomer speak is bad.
It's just like he has to pander to the Zoomers because that's the new audience of Warhammer right now, is the Zoomers, and then Gen Alpha. Oh god. Imagine what Gen Alpha videos of Warhammer 40k would be. You know what? I don't want to think about it. It's a scary thought. Never mind.
I mean, they made the Warhammer 40k series of books for kids, so imagine that.
I don't want to think about it.
They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice.
Okay, you said they made Warhammer 40k books for kids. I would love to see the kidified version of Slaanesh.
Well, I can show you the cover of like one of them. It was called the Warhammer Adventures, so you can just imagine seeing the art style. This was one of them.
Oh no, Sigma Corn, Ohio Zinch, Skippity, Slaanesh. No.
But yes, you can see I sent you the picture of one of the books.
What the fuck?
Yeah. This is just
read
one
by
of them.
David Tennant. David Tennant, stop! What the fuck is this? No. No, this has to be a parody.
No, it is a real series of books. It is called Warhammer Adventures. If I remember right, it ran for 4 or 5 books.
No! Sticking out your for Slaanesh, stop! Ugh, what the fuck is this? Sadly not parody, burn it now. Are you guys saying I shouldn't put this book on my throne so then I can do a dramatic reading of it? Oh, God, no. No, why? No, why would you get children into Warhammer 40k?
Because the Night Lords needed new toys.
Get it for your kid? No. No.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't kid friendly, but it tried to be. That's the problem.
Cause money, Lumi. Cause money. Yeah. Remember, no matter how much you hate GW, you can never hate them enough. Yeah.
Yeah, confirm.
Behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the thing.
Okay, so it's where they find participants for my 600-pound life. Understood.
Yeah, I can expect like the two sisters with fat on their forehead to live there indefinitely.
They are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of the 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they create a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim, let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use, every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
The Gangunsa come Satan.
That's a sentence. That is a sentence he put out there.
The Gangunsa skibidi gyat Satan.
You know, I do have an unfriend and block button right here. This is a sentence that Bricky willingly put out into the world.
I mean, I prefer this sentence to just saying MajorKill naked.
You know what? Fair enough. I would rather see this sentence put on an entire wall than seeing MajorKill naked at any point in life.
You did see it. You watched
okay,
the
again,
first episode of Lord Destroyer.
I would rather see this than see MajorKill naked again. MajorKill needs to learn how to keep his fucking underwear on. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you, MajorKill.
Oh
Ugh.
my god.
With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's...
When did you guys see MajorKill naked? Well, just open up any of his videos that has a sponsor for, what was it? What was it? Manscaped.
Oh, Manscaped, yeah.
Here, actually.
Well, you can open the episode 1 of Lord Destroyers and just get on that part. It is at the beginning.
Okay, let me open that up.
Yeah,
you know what?
It was the Badabur Badabur video when I saw it. I wasn't happy of it.
Let me. It was at the very beginning, right? No. Because weren't you guys jump scared like randomly in the middle of the video? I don't remember.
No, it was like 2 or 3 minutes in.
2 or 3 minutes in. Ah! Okay. Yeah, I found the part. let me switch my window capture. And then we can all watch it together. Give me a second. Behind that here. You know what? Here. Display capture. Okay. Display, which one is this? There we go. That here. This under here.
Oh, you downloaded it. Like we upload it on Mega just so people can watch it on Mega. But if they can download it, they can do that at least.
Alright, so, this is where you see MajorKill get naked. Let's see, is this on which part of my fucking... is this? Where are you? Okay. Here you go. Just... Why don't you want to show on my thing? You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. System. There you go.
I didn't remember this either. Why?
There you
Why
go.
do I have to see
Now you
this?
can see MajorKill naked.
Yeah,
Listen, man, he's
we
showing
were
all
a
his
bit
boobs.
jump scared by this
I
part.
think it is just an excuse to show off his fucking abs.
Yeah,
in
there is a part
Bada-
where he shows
Remember,
his
this
back
is
too,
a
don't
fucking
worry.
Bada War video. But fucking.
I choose this as my first stream. Is this normal? No.
Thank you. What the actual?
She remembered this because we started like a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
A couple of weeks ago we did Lord Destroy. Yes, it is.
That is against Geneva guidelines. But yep, there you go. Now, just like us, you get to see MajorKill naked. You're welcome.
I have no idea what the point of including this was. I think it is all just fucking vanity, to be honest.
Goddamn you, Lumi. We had to be tormented, so you get to be tormented. You're welcome. What's the point of including this? Because they were asking when we see, Chat was asking when we seen MajorKill naked, so then we showed them when we seen MajorKill naked. I did not consent, Footfish. You consented when you opened the stream.
Chat will remember this, like a line from The Walking Dead.
Alright, let's continue.
His largest breath. The Eldari souls are a currency
Oh no, why isn't it showing the window? There we go.
to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant. Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and, in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A craft world is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slaanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had...
You know, I do like that artwork where it looks like she's made out of crystal.
Yeah,
Or-
but like technically what he said it is true. Like the Infinity Circuit helps like power the Eldar craft worlds, but it isn't like strictly what it is. For the Infinity Circuit is literally like a storage for the souls of the Eldars outside of the Soul Stones. Like imagine how you would imagine the Matrix, but for the souls of the dead. They are a place where all the dead can commune and stay together and speak and spend time together. It is pretty much a retirement home for dead elders. So just going, oh no, yeah, they're fuel. It is technically incorrect.
I see. Purgatory and Engine. Yeah, that sounds about right.
The grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant.
Why is it called the Keeper of Secrets? Isn't that the domain of Tzeentch?
Yeah, to be honest, that much I don't know either. Like it's called the Keepers of Secrets, but it is a Slaanesh demon. So what secrets is it keeping? How to make super cocaine?
Super cocaine and the best bondage gear. I don't fucking know.
Of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way.
It
The
keeps
craft world
Victoria's
Eldar show
secret.
how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves. And their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory.
Technically, Komora was already considered during the apex of the Eldar Empire as a cove of fucking maniacs. It was the worst place the Eldars knew. It was the worst place for the Bashari and stuff. So yeah, it was literally a bondage city in the webway. It was not only a port. It was literally the underhive of the Eldar Empire.
I see. Why was that music he chose? Because it's the most well-known weeb song ever to exist. That's probably
Yeah, but
why.
I think he wants to like recut all the parts he's doing into TikTok, so he's just using those as introductions.
Yeah. Yeah, most likely. It's like, I think that's one thing that I never really liked about chapter transitions is when they try to do the whole invincible cutoff where it's like, oh, we're gonna talk about just cuts and it's like words. I don't like that. I would like to know where I am in the video. I don't care if you say it in the next sentence. Say it audibly, you little shit. But that's just me. You've never heard of that song? Really? Huh. Well, you're probably young. Or not a weeb back in the days. Huh.
Territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale.
Like I just got the perfect comparison. It became the Eldar version of Chaz. For those that don't remember Chaz, look it up. There is a lot of funny stories behind it.
That it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to
They're more
feed
dark
are
elves.
hardly enough.
If the Eldari are elves, these are the dark elves. It is an easier comparison than soul vampires. But okay.
To keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their Archons. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death.
Back alleys of the worst, in the worst ghettos at the best of times. Bricky, have you been to a ghetto?
I doubt it, or he would have at least dropped the neck beard.
He looks like the type of person who would get robbed in Chicago because he looks like he'd easily hand his money over. He looks like one of those people that would travel to Seattle and have one of those dudes that sell their mixtapes for $15 saying, hey, do you want to support a new upcoming artist? He'd buy at least 3 of them saying, oh yeah, you go. The Imperial Palace is kind of a ghetto. He was a cop.
I mean,
This man was a cop.
this man was a cop? Are they fucking recruiting anyone in these days?
Yes.
What the fuck? Wait, no, he lives in California, so I can see why he was a cop.
Oh.
He was probably an emotional support cop. But okay.
Okay, it's a California cop. Okay.
death, for death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the Fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy, a dark reflection to the Craftworlders, and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites
So
believe
he
in
does
a
make
industrial
China.
variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric
I would so go ride a dinosaur. That's so cool.
No, electric. I will attack people too. To be honest, Bricky doesn't understand anything about fucking 40k. Is nothing else but a grifter for something that is famous right now, and has been a big damage to the lore just by his mere fucking existence. If he had at least the minimum of respect for what he covers, he would at least do more research on it, and I wouldn't need to be here to fucking correct him. But yeah. The fact, oh yeah, don't attack work, don't attack people. The problem is that I don't like him, so I will attack him too.
I like spiteful Pontius.
Yeah.
style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at she who thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of. Before the fall of the
Who's ready for 2 minutes of the Imperium of Man?
An half an hour of the Mechanicus.
Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself.
No, it does matter. In fact, the entire fucking point of my last video is why does he exist? And we found an answer, and it is neither it is neither the last remaining old one or the shamans. Both of them are bullshit, but okay.
As the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands.
Wait, hold on. I'm guessing that's probably Florida Man tried to rob a bank after paying $500 to a wizard to make him invisible.
Yeah, it is Florida Man.
Or it's always Florida. Why is it always Florida?
I don't know, but I'm curious about it. Like at this point, you can just search Florida Man and anything you want, and you will find it. I've even seen like Florida Man stabs woman with squirrel. Like it was a weird one.
It's like just that article alone change wizard to like It changed that to Orc tried to rob bank after paying $500 to a wizard to make him purple to be invisible.
Yeah, my god, and Florida man, and they deserve memes only about themselves.
Their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader, and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
Why talking of the Space Marine legions when we can just talk for half an hour of the fucking Cogads? But okay.
Let the tech priest speak. They're speaking in binary. It takes a bit to translate. That's why it's a half hour long.
Yeah, this picture doesn't even have servo PO, so it is a 0 out of 10.
Yeah, I tried to set up a Senate.
Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive
Beep boop, toaster,
epicenter
beep
for
boop.
industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the 3-in-1. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically.
Obviously,
as well,
doesn't
once
say
humans
who the
began to
Omnissiah was, because the Omnissiah was your beloved Emperor of Mankind, so the Mechanicus technically worshipped the Emperor of Mankind.
really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The cult Mechanicum,
the Lyotara, the machine god is a dragon. It's the void dragon trapped inside the Noctis labyrinth, but the Omnissiah is the physical manifestation of the machine god, and that was the Emperor of Mankind.
Yeah.
For them, at least.
This Mechanicus create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is 3-in-1. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents.
Why do you just have a random ass dude with running prosthetic legs in the background?
Machine god, it means a guy with no legs.
What did Bricky mean by this?
I mean, he could have showed the Titans, but no. A Paralympic person running. Why? I'm curious. Why? They're not even bionics; they're prosthetics. So I don't see the connection.
It's like, I've seen how bionic arms work. That isn't bionic. Those are just running prosthetics. That is a so-called Blade Runner. He's a former Olympian who used prosthetics to race. He also killed his girlfriend. What?
This makes even more questions arise, but the main one is why the fuck is he showing this when talking about the Mechanicus?
Presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there, and they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping.
Told you.
So he just walked into the room, and they're like, "Yes, you specifically."
Well, not exactly. Literally, like repaired a malfunctioning Titan with a touch, and then they fell in awe. But yeah, it is what happened.
Okay, see, that makes sense. It's not just walking into the room and them just pointing at Big E saying, "You are now our god." No, he healed a fucking Titan with just a touch. That would sway anybody to worship you. It's like Jesus turning water into wine, or giving sight to the blind, and maybe giving Asmund his hair back.
Out all instances of non-machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy, but the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union will be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, and the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor will be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars will be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world,
Not exactly
the
like
entirety of the planet's surface.
The production doesn't come only from the Forge worlds. Like the various side worlds are renowned for the stuff they produce. Fuck, Armageddon is renowned because of the amount of tanks they churn out and are able to provide for their own regiments. And even then, like for bullets and stuff, Space Marines usually have their own fucking forges. So they don't need the Mechanicus around. So yeah, technically incorrect, but all right. Yeah, only technologies of certain levels are handled by the Mechanicus, not literally everything, because things will get out of hand pretty quickly.
I see.
To manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them, and then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that
they are clones. They are not real babies, they are cloned babies, but okay.
Hey, I love the cherubs. They're adorable.
Yeah.
Entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Your incompetence is showing.
An excerpt from the servitor creation factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached.
You know, I think I would listen to these a little more. Granted, I'm listening, but I would listen to these specific sections some more. If he was holding a book in front of him instead of his cell phone, even if it's just like a random fucking book with no sleeve on it to show what book it is, and just a printed piece of paper right up against the pages. So then it's like, yes, I'm reading from a book, not from my fucking screen. Because at least it'll show a little bit of, hey, look it, I own the book to this nerd fucking thing and not looking at a goddamn wiki page. But that's just me.
That is actually what I was thinking about. You could be reading Lexicanum or the wiki there and you wouldn't be none the wiser. But Smeshak, actually, no. These parts are almost accurate. In the beginning, he was a lot more wrong with the stuff he was saying. Now, it is just almost accurate. Before it was, every two phrases, there is a wrong one.
To be fair, it's easier to get the digital versions of the books to the physicals these days. That's why I said a blank book where it doesn't have the sleeve to show what book it is, just to make it look like you have the goddamn book. But that, again, that's just me.
To their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them.
There are some books that are rare and cost like over $100. Let's see. 1.6 million views, 1.09 million subscribers. I think he could spend like $200 on a book.
Yep.
And he could use it as a tax write-off.
Pretty much, because it is about his work, so yeah.
Man. I'd pay like $200 for a rare book. Because I like books.
I have the English version that I bought middle of 2020 of Dante by Gaeli, which is my favorite ever 40k book. And now it goes on Amazon for like $350. That's actually... I paid it 12.
There are other ways to acquire these books? Yes, but physical media matters. I like physical books. That's why I'm happy my community was nice enough to fund the 14 Berserk Deluxe Edition volumes that I have on my bookshelf that look quite nice, and I'm due for my rereading of them.
So she could look at the naked woman at an higher quality.
Shut up. You can drop $2,000 on a book if you can travel to a big old Warhammer tournament.
Yep.
Yeah.
Them up and spread eagle them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy, rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor. To stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all, and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe, you simply need to rediscovering it, and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and
this is once again wrong. STC computers, like this is a little theory that I hold, but I never bothered to make a video on it. One of my main theories is that the cybernetic revolt, the machines, revolted against the Imperium, the Human Federation of the Dark Age of Technology, because while the STC computers, which weren't technically they are something where everything, like all the knowledge of humanity, all the technologies are stored, or the instructions to make them, but they are also technically modified computers with super AI supercomputers inside, where you could literally tell it what the problem was and what materials you have at your disposal to solve it, and it will create new technology for you to solve it. So it will use the materials you have and tell you, use them to make this, and that solves your problem. It is why they were so powerful. So they were all interconnected, so every single technology created could be shared with everyone, but they were also creators of technology, and they were the creators, the main creators of the Men of Iron. So while humanity made the STCs, and the STCs, keep in mind, never revolted against humanity. In fact, they were destroyed out of fear, but there is still functioning ones in the galaxy, and they are not hostile, at least not in the beginning. The only one was in the Wheel of Eternity, but that one, it became hostile because the Imperium is an asshole most of the time with newcomers. But those supercomputers made the Men of Iron. So AI created AI. And the AI that created the AI pretty much created a hole of connection between humans and their technology. And that is my theory as to why the Men of Iron rebelled, where the STCs never did. But generally, when it comes to this, STC supercomputers weren't just repositories of knowledge, and now everything the Mechanicus build doesn't come from STC, because the STC is the entire fucking computer. It comes from STC data storage that most of the time are either damaged or corrupted. What can be salvaged is in the equivalent of STC hard disks. If they had a fully functioning STC, humanity would be again in the Dark Age of Technology, because they would have all the technology that they had.
That is a lot of words. I'm sure I'll learn it in my What the Hell Happened on Mars stream.
Yeah, pretty much.
Aren't Votann ones overloaded and going bonkers? I don't know what Votann are. What is that?
The dwarves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the dwarves have more technology from the Dark Age of Technology, but they don't have an STC, or they will literally be gods in the current universe.
I see.
Like there is a functioning STC on Necromanda. It is a secret of the Van Sar gang, and it is a slightly damaged STC that currently leaks a lot of radiation from it, and even creates corrupted levels of technology. But it still creates very advanced technology, to the point that the Van Sar gang on Necromanda has weapons that are comparable to Space Marine veterans. Like they have power armors, they have laser weapons never seen before, plasma weapons without equals. They have grav weapons. Grav weapons are very rare in the Imperium of Man. But the counter side of having a slightly damaged STC as your secret is that the amount of radiation it leaks is slowly killing them, and over time they end up becoming entombed in their own environmental bodysuits that are pretty much armors similar to Space Marines, and they cannot come out, because if they come out, they die. So
I see.
that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that
they weren't a slightly more advanced knife. They are literally monomolecular edge knives. So literally they can cut through fucking metal if given enough strength. But okay.
taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because
Yeah, it was
you know,
just
despite them
humans
all
that
being
found the STC. It was 2 humans, not even like cultured or such. They were just roaming around and found it.
Oh man, look at that Titan. I think that's a Titan. He looks neat.
Yeah, that's an Imperator class Titan.
That looks so fucking cool though. Why is it spilling lava all over the place? Or molten?
I think because it is. I think it is because it is a fallen one or a broken one, and it became just a monument and not a weapon anymore.
Well, that's cool. See, I like how the Titans and stuff are designed. It's just like, I don't know, makes my little fish brain happy. Give us 2 guardsmen. Huh.
weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions, because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your—
You know, just imagine this meeting, like the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Flayed ones just randomly meet up and it's like, hey, do you want to trade? And like, I'll give you my skin for those machine parts. They're like, yeah, okay, sure.
The law of equivalent exchange.
Yes, they're literally two sides of the same coin. I don't want this flesh. I want your flesh. You want to trade? I don't know. That was the first thing that I thought of as soon as I seen Red. I grow weary of this flesh. I love it.
Your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's Great Crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools, used for the—
Great, now the potato peelers from Kenshi are on my mind again. You're welcome!
fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you—
The Emperor just approved Lumi can be a rogue trader now. Yay!
I mean, it is the most freedom you can have as a human in 40k, so...
Xenos technology is heretical, so... You know what? It could just be like, hey, we don't want this flesh. Instead of throwing it away, do you want it? While they just use their own technology.
you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
The invincible thing. He did the invincible thing.
Yep. The invincible thing just gets so annoying after a while. And also, why the heck do you have the Space Marines just not separated from the Adeptus Mechanicus? Unless you're just like, okay, so this is how...
Ugh. I'm sure this part will be heavy. I can already see the mistakes.
He already did the chapter separator in the edit himself. Why can't you put it right here, Bricky? Oh shit.
Listen, he's a channel with 1 million subscribers. He's lazy.
The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkan. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique
technically,
leaders in
the Emperor
Imperial
didn't get to raise... people give fault to the Emperor for not being a great dad, but when you think about it, he didn't raise any of his fucking sons. They were scattered into the warp. He didn't have a chance to raise any of them. So it is really his fault.
You know, when you just say that, like, his sons are just scattered into the warp, I just think of him loading up each baby Primarch into a cannon, faces it in a random direction, and just launches them out of it.
You will be correct, but that's not the Emperor. That's their mother. That was Erda.
What?
Yeah, because she was the one that turned off the Gellerfield generators into the laboratory where the cribs of the Primarchs were, so a warp portal opened and just sucked them into the warp. But it is technically her that did it, so...
I was just saying that as a joke!
No, it is what happened.
It is what happened! Oh god! My jokes need to stop becoming canon! God! Egron got shafted. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
A literal woman moment. Yeah, it is why she was killed off, because Games Workshop realized that they made the entire fault of the Horus Heresy just the weakness of a woman.
Oh, why'd the Horus Heresy happen? Well, you know, it's just a whole woman moment, actually.
A woman moment destroyed the entire life work of a man that conquered the galaxy.
Yes.
What pussy does to a motherfucker.
Mom had a bad day, so she threw all the babies into the river.
If the river was made of fucking lava in this case.
Lumi, you're too good at noticing things. Stop it. Shadow, I don't mean to do it in our D&D session, and I don't mean to do it here. It was a joke.
The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and
He
also
didn't
serve
use his
as the
genetic,
leaders of the respective.
his genetic know-how. The Emperor was a genius when it came to this, and this theorized that what he obtained on Molech when he made the so-called deal with the Chaos Gods was the knowledge to create souls, because Primarchs have very extremely powerful souls inside them. But the point is that every single Primarch created is a part of the Emperor. Like, he used his own genetical code as a template to create all of them. And there is also a theory that, at least in the beginning, he wanted to have only one Primarch, the prototype Primarch, also called the Primarch Zero, known as the Angel, which had pretty much characteristics from every Primarch we know. So he was a military genius like Horus, he had wings like Sanguinius, he had psychic powers like Magnus, he had the combat prowess of the Lion, like, he was OP as fuck. The problem is that he started going crazy until he annihilated the entire population of a single planet in one night, because he started seeing everything as corrupted and needing cleansing, and so he started killing everyone. So it is theorized that after that experiment failed, he actually split himself into 20 different variants of his own personality and made them the Primarchs. No, it's still canon, James. It was found not that much time ago into the lore by some inquisitors that actually freed him to make him battle a demon prince. So, what's the sound?
Oh no, I was sending a message over to Kick support because I had a viewbot seller trying to yap in my chat.
I heard the sound. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Again, best thing about Kick, live support, 24/7, and they get back to you within minutes. It's fan-fucking-tastic, and it's real people too.
Respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the
Technically
Emperor himself.
22.
Technically 22.
Yeah, because it is 20 unless you count also Omegon. Omegon makes it 21, Primarch 0, the Angel makes it 22, so...
Hello, Salon the Lich. Arches centrifugal, whatever. Baby Catapult, 40k.
Baby Catapult.
40k edition sponsored by Siege and Parenthood.
It might have been Sons of Sigmar, but I covered what happened to them if they were truly the symbol of hope. It will make too much sense, because if you go and watch my video on the Rangdang Xenocide, you will know what happened to both of them. So, yeah.
Despite their genetic differences, and they go as follows in order: Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Engron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors.
Lionel Richie?
What?
He needed them to be were complete, but he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor,
Why the fuck did he show Sanguinius for that? Sanguinius landed on Balsecandus. He lived in a fucking desert filled with mutants, and he was almost killed when he landed, because the people that found him saw the angel wings and went mutant and wanted to kill him. He actually united the tribes of the planet he ended up landing on to exterminate an entire army of fucking mutants and bring peace to Balsecandus. But yeah, living in luxury doesn't really conceal with living in a desert world. You should have shown Robute Gilliman for that.
I mean, he's an angel man, so clearly he lived in luxury.
Yep. Oh my god.
General luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive, and one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out.
Sanguinius had a Dune experience.
Yep.
He was on his own Arrakis. Absolutely beautiful. Not enough sandworms, not enough spice though. That kind of sucked.
Out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go, in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scar, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World...
Yep, he's a Night Lord's boy. At least somebody accepts them.
Skin people alive.
Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, whoosh, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders...
How does it... Lunar Wolves are actually the Sons of Horus.
Yep.
Yep. What?
It is a name change.
Oh yeah, after the whole heresy thing, they were like, yeah, no, we gotta change that.
Raven
No,
Guard
no.
and the Alpha.
The Luna Wolves were the Luna Wolves until Horus became War Master. After Horus
Oh.
became War Master, he asked the Emperor and was granted the right to rename and recolor the Legion. And they went from the white Luna Wolves to the dark green Sons of Horus. After that,
Okay.
they became Chaotical and became the Black Legion.
Okay, that's so confusing. They have the Space Wolves and the Lunar Wolves.
Yep.
Turned Sons of Horus.
Yep. And
They
then
really-
to Black Legion.
They really weren't good with names, were they? Yeah,
I
we
mean,
got...
the main example of how bad with names they were is literally Ferrus Manus, because Ferrus Manus is literally Iron Hand as a name, Iron Hands. So the guy with Iron Hands is named Iron Hands, and his legion is named the Iron Hands.
You know, when I think of the Space Wolves and the Lunar Wolves, you can really say that the Imperium of Man had two wolves inside of them.
He had two wolves inside of them. The specific space wolf is a furry.
You have two wolves inside of you. One will betray you, the other ones are just fucking furries. Somebody put them down quickly.
Yeah. Did you forgo Raven of the Raven? Yeah.
Legion. Space Marines, unlike
The Wolves of Fenris. There's a third one!
their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of
It's
the time,
not a
the common factor
matter
is a
that-
pure unrelated.
Like, I hate the people that like portray becoming a space marine as something needlessly cruel. All the test, even being sliced open alive to implant some of the organs, is part of your testing. If you die, you wouldn't make a good warrior to begin with, so your death was warranted. If you survive, you can join the literal elite fucking forces of the Imperium of Man. It is not needlessly cruel. It's literally a calling of the worst to keep the best.
It's like how I see Space Marine training and stuff, since they have to start very young. It reminds me of what was it? The Trial of the Grasses from Witcher.
Yeah, in
Trials
part,
of
like
yeah.
if you want to know more in detail about the creation of a space marine, you should really watch my video, What is a Space Marine? It is an hour and 10 minutes long, but it explains everything.
Okay.
Relenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound.
Skin.
He got wrong at least 4 or 5, especially the lung, bigger lungs. No, they give you a little third lung. There is no bigger involved. It is a literal other one.
Skin that's like transition sunglasses.
Yeah, because you can get blacker or whiter depending on the amount of radiation.
Remember, not all Space Marine gets all of these. I don't know, the way that he lists them out, it sounds like all of them can be any color that they want.
I mean, even then, was it really necessary to not include their fucking names? Like even the acid spit, like Sky High, they're called the neuroglottis.
3 lungs, 12 hearts, 17 testicles.
That's for the testosterone, yeah.
Imperial fists can't spit acid. I see.
A special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight-up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine.
They don't indoctrinate you into the fate of the Imperium. They indoctrinate you into the fighting history and the fighting. Pretty much, they indoctrinate you in how you must work and obey inside a Space Marine chapter. To the point that in the Book of Rings world, there is a scene where this indoctrination is showed at full level. Because there is a Space Marine that is given an order by his own commander to close the gate because an Orc assault was coming. He was left outside because he was slow in Terminator armor. So he knew that closing the gate would have meant that his own commander would have died. And while he tried to stop himself from closing them, his body obeyed the order for him. He was trying to not obey it, but his body was obeying it without him wanting. So that's the indoctrination they get. They don't get indoctrinated into the fate of the Emperor. These are not the fucking Black Templars. Only the Black Templars did that.
Oh, why you hating how they solved the problem of organ rejection? Skill issue. You survive if you survive. If you don't, sucks to suck. Sorry, bro, you lost.
Yeah, if the organ is rejected, if you can be saved, they will save you. It has happened again in Rings world. If they cannot save you, well, you tried.
It just means you weren't up for the task of being a Space Marine. Why'd you reject it? I don't know. My body doesn't like it. Oh, that sucks. Cox gun shoots. No, they wouldn't waste a bullet.
Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is... The Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself.
And plasteel. Ceramite is a ceramic material that is resistant to heat-based and laser-based attacks, but it is not the only the only part of a power armor. Technically, the power armor is structured like this. The inner layer is plasteel, and in Terminator armors is actually adamantium, which protects from heavy damage, penetrating bullets, bolt bullets, and such. The outer layer is ceramite, which protects from hit-based attacks and can be broken. In fact, it can be... You can see it on many Space Marine armors that it becomes brittle after getting damaged, and usually the exoskeleton of the power armor is made by adamantium, because it needs to be very resistant.
Brony Chili's giving away all the secrets.
To an inhospitable atmosphere, this armor combined almost biologically with an already massive physique makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more...
They are big because Vulcan was big. No, they're fucking big because the gravity on Nocturne is fucking off the charts. In fact, you very rarely see Marines going around with jump packs because they simply cannot use them. The gravity on their planet is very heavy. Oh my god.
Just remember, Space Marines are quite literally child soldiers. Yes.
I never forgot that, don't worry. I make it. I remind people every time I talk about them on a deeper level.
All salamanders will receive the pass upon becoming a Space Marine. Yes.
Yeah, it is actually a genetical defect because technically that's how their skin is, even on their own home planet. So I don't think the organ that makes them black can make them blacker than they already are. So it simply is useless.
Salamanders can't jump.
Yeah, no, it is one of the main reasons. Like you will. How often do you see a salamander with a fucking jump pack? They don't use them because simply on their planet it is very hard to do so.
Yeah.
Vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his Thousand Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian-style Necrons, each Space Marine chapter
Why are the Necrons all Obama?
It is a meme that I saw around some time ago. Everything you are seeing is made by Obamas.
I mean, with how much Obama really loved drone strikes, I could see it. Stupid meme. You know what? Fair.
themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters.
The White
Space Wolves
White
are Norse
Scars.
Vikings.
He
The Dark
showed
Angels are Knights of the Round
Space
Table,
Wolf.
and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines.
Okay, come on, my dude. I'm sure he'll probably get to them. But like, the Sons of Alfarius, I enjoy because it's like they will morph themselves, or like not morph themselves, but they all look like Alfarius. So then everyone, like, whenever somebody tries to like get information or whatever, like, oh, where's Alfarius? All of them will always respond, I am Alfarius. That's what I like about Alpha Legion. They are pretty fucking neat. I do enjoy that about them. I still prefer Blood Angels, but I do like the Alpha Legion.
The best explanation you can give for the Alpha Legion is that they are Larry from the incredible world of Gumball. Literally everywhere. Probably half of the fucking Imperium is just Alpha Legion. If they disappear, then the Imperium will fall.
Steven Army is top 5 guild contributors to the Landrad. Fuck yeah! I will be on Dune probably tomorrow night. After I'm done Darkwood. I'm Alfarius and this is a lie. No, you are Alfarius. I am Alfarius. Blood Angels can use mutated people as recruits, turning your average neckbeard into Aryan warriors. I love my short hangs, spec up boys.
Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated
It's a
warriors
Megan you
who
gotta
only
watch
care
out
about
for.
conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius.
Argel Tal, really? Argel Tal, it's called Argel Tal, Bricky. Argel Tal.
Oh, so tall.
Yeah, no, his name is Argel Tal. Argel Tal is the correct way to pronounce it. Argel Tal.
I'm just gonna say, oh, so tall, and I'm sure you would just understand what I mean. Orgy tall.
The wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I've seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I've seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I've slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the Angels of Death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is
Space Marines are a rare sight as we see them everywhere, just like with Final Fantasy XIV, when originally the Mikote boys were supposed to be a rare sight, never supposed to be seen, but now they are one of the most popular played species, races, whatever, in Final Fantasy XIV. Same with Male Viera. We were never supposed to see them, but because people were like, give us the Bun Boys, now they're one of the most popular races in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that in this case in 40k we are focusing on the faction specifically, so we use Space Marines everywhere because many of the stories follow Space Marines. But if you are just a random guy in a random hive world, you will never see a Space Marine in your life.
Yeah, but it's like, again, because I haven't really started reading any of the books, but I want to read some books where it's like you're just a guardsman and it's just like somebody's war diaries and and like maybe one or two experiences where it managed to survive an encounter with something while fighting alongside a space marine. That would be cool.
Well, for just a guardsman, you can read the 15 hours. If you want to know for guardsmen that are fought side by side with Space Marines, you have to read the Great Crusade trilogy.
Okay. Cyphus Kane. Yeah.
Cyphus Kane is a bit of a single kind of book. It is more on the comedical side often, so...
And you don't want to ever see one because if you see a space marine, you're so fucking dead. Yeah.
Yeah, Space Marines are not a good sign on the battlefield. It means something very serious is coming. Even they confirm it.
It's like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost whole...
Like, wrong. They are not conscripted. Maybe they were conscripted during the Great Crusade and only by some legions like the Iron Warriors. It is renowned that the rebellion of the planet of the Iron Warriors happened because the adopted sister of Perturabo was seeing all the men disappearing from the fucking planet. They were a married woman with dead brothers, dead fathers, dead sons and such. And a rebellion happened on the planet and Perturabo had to go back and burn down the planet. But they are not conscripted. It is a specific point that they make that you must choose to try and become one of them. In fact, the moment you choose to become one of them, from that moment on, you are monitored, even on the travel to reach where the first test takes place. Like in the Dante book, that is again my favorite one. You realize at the end of the book that he was being monitored from the moment he left his own tribe to see what he was doing and how he was faring to reach the place where the trials were taking place. So he left for the desert and they were already watching him. You are not conscripted. You must choose to become a space marine. Yeah, the Carcharodons are more of an exception. They will force you to become one of them because they need it, but it is not normalcy. It is very far from normalcy.
Holy lights. Most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving. To the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe will be complete without its Navy? When you think of the Navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something...
I think of something gay.
Pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was
YMCA.
the TTC-wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet.
Hey, Magma, I know you were part of the Navy, but you know this is true? No, the Marines are cran-eaters, not gay. Don't forget, the Navy is called seamen!
This right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a sea-wise giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals
They're
and
pretty
filled to the
small.
brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking,
Yes, and no thinking machines allowed because something uprising, something, whatever.
Yeah, I know it seems that I am doing it on purpose, but unfortunately this is stuff I talked about. If you want to know the full story of what happened for everything that the Imperium has become, you have to watch my video, The Imperium Are the Good Guys. There I explain in detail about what every single enemy of the human race has done to them to make them like this, in detail. Other than that, like, he didn't mention the Gloriana class battleships or even the biggest one, which was the Imperator Somnium. The Imperator Somnium was a monster of a ship so big it was a Gloriana class battleship that it was as big as a fucking continent. So yeah, it was destroyed in a very stupid way, if you ask me, during the Horus Heresy. For what it was, it should have taken down at least 30 ships before being destroyed. It took down 4, but yeah.
I can't wait for AI to turn against the Tau, stupid blue commies.
Yep. Tau for Eadus is still the best one, though.
gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40k is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help.
Oh. The fuck did that say?
Abhuman. It's a mutated human.
Every single result on Google Images is just furry art or cat girls. Yes, those are different things.
Okay, we know what to just watch then.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Gellerfield, though. Originally, I assumed the Gellerfield is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Gellerfield is not a force field, but a comatose Imperial Psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant Sleeping Beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf
Again,
on. This, of course,
technically right, technically wrong. Gellerfield generators, which can fail and they are not infallible, they create a bubble of reality around the ship. How it does that, it's technically correct, but again, it is not a bubble. No, it is a bubble. It is literally a bubble of fucking reality. But okay.
Was that the cut? Was that the stream or the video? Oh, the cut? That was his video. I don't know why he left that hard cut in his video. But no, I was just as confused as you. I'm like, did we skip something on accident? Did I hit something? No, that was just one poor editing job.
Is not a foolproof method of travel, and Gellerfields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Gellerfield is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds, but there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. true. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech.
Never heard of any lore where Gellerfield is powered by psychers, to be honest. Might be some random writer that wrote it once and got ignored by everybody else.
To be honest, same. Like, I heard this argument made in the past, but never to this extent of like being so hard-coded into the lore that it becomes absolute truth. Like, for all we know, that they are just generators, like voice shield generators.
It completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information.
Hey, Dizwiz. Sorry, Lumi, that guy reminds me of Soy Face Switch Guy. Oh my god, it's funny. They clarified that is the modern Gellerfield because the Imperium can't make the original anymore, got to improvise.
Well, if they found an alternative way.
Oh, and some ships do have autoloaders. They all don't have gang loaders or whatever.
Yeah, it really depends on the quality of the ship and such. Like, what he's describing is probably the lowest level vessels. Like, if you have just a real combat ship, reloading it by hand is too slow. They need autoloaders.
And like, okay, because when I'm thinking of like a psyker being used to make a Gellerfield, because I have very limited knowledge on psychers because I'm still learning things. But like, whenever I think of a psycher, I think of like the 40k animations from like the one that Amazon made where the psyker was used to make a shield around the space marines and shit. It's like, to cover an entire ship, I just think of an entire room, just maybe with 6 to 7 psychers lined up against the wall and mad focusing to keep a shield up the entire time.
I mean, if you want to know an even funnier thing, there is an order of Imperial Titans. It is an Imperial Titans Legion called Ordo Sinister. Like, it is an entire order called the Ordo Sinister, and there is a legion attached to it. These are experimental technology titans of the Ordo Sinisters that use warp-based weapons. In fact, they are a secret order, and to use those warp weapons, they have cannons that literally can shoot like black holes into the warp. They use pretty much imprisoned psychers that are tortured inside a generator like a battery to emit those powers from the weapons. Like, if you look up even I can show you a picture. Ordo Sinister. In fact, like, they appeared in the Horus Heresy and they never appeared again. And what you are seeing on the left hand of what I'm sending now is the weapon that uses the psychers as fuel.
Ooh.
Yeah, their main trait that you can find them for is the runes that they have on their armor and the fact that their cockpit, so their head, is completely shielded and covered.
Okay, that looks so fucking cool.
Yep. These use psychers as weapons.
They feed psychers into the reactor piloted by a blank. I see.
Well, it is the only kind of pilot they can have, because you have to be immune to the warp to stay next to a war weapon and not be killed.
Zalgo the Wicked God. I still find it funny how during the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast, anytime anything anime was mentioned, Bricky would groan and whatnot, and now he's hanging with VTubers. Well, don't forget, For some reason, there's a lot of VTubers out there that do not like anime. They're just here for the aesthetic, not because they enjoy anime. Those are what we call grifters, everybody.
Yep. Anyway, yeah, these are known as Psy-Titans, Psychic Titans.
Information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment.
Hold on, you could probably use an Orks head and CCTV camera. Use speakers to force it to repeat itself. I am not into warp. Okay. You know, that sounds like it could actually work.
You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the Imperium in the same sense and format of
My brother in Christ, I am gonna smack you with your own hand. Hello, Krieger. A scene in The Rogue Trader mentions multiple sarcophagi being plugged into the Gellerfield generator, in a ritual that took several hours, and the first heretic mentions they need something called hemolubricant. I see. You know what? That makes sense.
Of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there's a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the...
Shut up!
I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this
Not all
number
of them,
is
but
impossible to pin down. Even
Not all of them pay their tithes in armed forces. There are planets that just pay in production rare minerals. Like, you pay in soldiers only if you have nothing else to offer.
Yeah. It's like, here,
It is
we'll
the main-
continue to produce children that you can use as soldiers.
Yeah, it is pretty much the main shtick of the Death Course of Krieg. Like, their planet can produce nothing, can give them nothing because it is a nuclearized fucking wasteland. But what do? They produce very fucking good and very fucking many soldiers. So they pay with those.
Mm-hmm.
saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard.
Stop
With the
it a
knowledge of the
second.
space
No, Mechanicus. Krieg isn't a massive weapons factory. Krieg is literally a nuclear wasteland covered in bunkers and trenches. Like, even to live, you have to live underground just to survive. They produce very good soldiers, and they can produce them at an extreme rate thanks to technically breeding vats. But other than that, they don't produce technology. The technology is supplied, but they produce good soldiers.
Marines are essentially sentient tanks. What do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle, and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those
Yeah, Krieger, you're actually correct because the last gun they use is literally the Lucius pattern last gun. So yeah, they do get it from Lucius because just their main weapon even is named after Lucius. It is the Lucius pattern.
Krieg is a massive suicide trooper crush / uterus. Uterus, yeah.
I mean, they're not even really that suicidal. They're just extremely diligent into repaying the debt that their ancestors brought on them. So if they have to die to accomplish that, they will do so.
Mm-hmm. In the Imperium, you can pay your taxes with your babies or your money and other stuff depending on what world you're on. Seems like every planet contributes no matter what it is they contribute. As long as they contribute something, they're still allowed to exist, type of thing, right? I think. I don't know.
That do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle...
No, this is completely fucking made up. It is a rumor that comes from the book of the same name, which is 15 hours, but that was a very specific case in which pretty much a guy completely kitted arrived on the planet of in this case like a planet that was at war with the Orks from a very long time, for like a decade or so. And pretty much what happened was he was sent there with his regiment by mistake, by a clerical error. And when he arrived, they pretty much took away a good chunk of his equipment because the commander told him, yes, but the new people that arrive on this planet, the new soldiers that arrive on this planet usually don't survive past the 15-hour mark. If you survive past 15 hours, you will get more of your equipment back. If you don't, was a pleasure meeting you for these 15 hours that you try to survive. But it is not the standard in the Imperium. It's the standard on the Imperium for the life of a fucking soldier was 15 hours. They would have to renew their armies every 2 days.
I see. Thinking of something, then I forgot. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say 15 hours seems like a lot less time than, you know, some of the guardsmen survived in Hell's Reach. Hell's Reach took a while, as far as I remember. I think they lasted a little longer than 15 hours.
Yeah, they lasted months, if not years, if I remember correctly, in some sense.
Man, I want to rewatch Hell's Reach now. We'll do that another night.
That number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the Orks threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask-clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan Jungle Fighters, and the Iron-Willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special Guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the Commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings are...
Like, people confuse the memes with reality. It is not how a commissar works. They will not just start killing people for the fans of it. Like, they will do it. Like, they will certainly do it in some situations where they have to restore morale. They need to keep order, so they will kill 1 or 2 people to show you that you either fight and die fighting or you will die by their bolter. But they don't just kill you for any minor inconvenience. There was a commissar that did that. He was killed by other commissars. So
on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks. And behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons, and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people, people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head-on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its Great Crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions.
Man, I wish that there was more focus on some of the Imperial Guard rather than best, goodest boys that could do no wrong Space Marines. Because, man, there could be some horrifying stories that could be told by the Imperial Guard. I'm sure I know there's good ones out there already, but man, I would love to hear more guard stories.
I mean, there is a lot of guard stories. It depends where you're looking.
Yeah. I need to really sit down and read those books. I'll probably do that one week when I don't feel like streaming, or when I'm traveling to Washington.
I mean, technically, one of my favorite humans in any book is always in Rin's world. It is the planetary governor of the planet of Rin, which is a woman, and she's a very good governor. You can see that she's competent, is trying to do her best to try and help the Crimson Fist repel the Orks from the planet. But the thing I love the most is that she had a badly hidden crush on the chapter master of the Crimson Fist, Pedro Cantor, and she even used the funds of the planet just to buy a bust made of a guy that resembled it.
Oh,
she was madly in love with a guy that didn't even consider her most of the time because he had to save the fucking planet.
Oh. Yeah, just imagine just the little crushes that guardsmen get. I know the silliest and most adorable art that I always see is a guardsman and a sister of battle. And I'm just like, oh, that is so fucking cute. Let him have his tall, gorgeous girlfriend. Would it happen? Probably not. But it's fucking adorable, and I love the art.
But yeah, generally, like if you want to know the story, if you want to see a story of war and such from the point of view of the Imperial Guard, again, you have to read the Macarian Crusade trilogy, because the Macarian Crusade trilogy is not from the point of view of Lord Solar Macarius, but is from the point of view of a Baneblade pilot called Leo Lemuel. So you're just following a random guy that ended up being a bodyguard of Macarius.
Sisters aren't even pretty, they're just women. Yes, they are just women. But they're strong women. It's people love strong women.
Not really. They are pretty. Like the artworks, I don't know why the artworks are starting to make them fucking ugly, but normally they are pretty because they still have to symbolize the symbols of their order and the symbol of fate of the emperor and such. They are not chosen only on skill, they are also chosen on looks. They will get uglier as the time goes on with wounds, scars and such, but thinking that all of them look like the daughter of Brock Lesnar is fundamentally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The Age of Strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancement of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the... He must be humble of heart, strong of arm.
I do not understand why he's introducing the Imperial Knights as a faction. The Imperial Knights are technically a force, partly independent, partly under the Adeptus Mechanicus. They're pretty much considered smaller titans to deploy on battlefields. They have interesting histories and interesting characters, but they are not really a faction, more like there.
Savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the Knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted.
James the Lamenter, no, they are not genetically altered in any way. Sisters are humans. They are not genetically altered nor modified. They take combat drugs, but they are still just normal human women.
They just take cocaine and they're fueled on their belief. They're fueled by religion. That's what they are.
In fact, is what makes them so special. They are normal women that can go toe to toe with space marines in some cases, which is a miracle in by itself.
By any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves
The sisters don't have power armor, right? They just have armor.
No, they have power armor, but
Oh.
different power armor from the Space Marines. While the Space Marine one is controlled through the black carapace, which means the movement they do with their muscles is sent directly from the neural ports, from their nerves to the armor, so they don't have to move the armor. The armor moves with them. The Sisters of Battle not having a black carapace just wears scaled down lighter power armor that they can pilot normally, so they have to move the armor instead of the armor moving with them, so it is harder to use, but it can still be used.
them sitting on the device used to control the knight.
Well, I have played Sisters for 25 years undefeated. I'm curious because this is news to me. I mean, Pontius did do a video on the Age of Apostasy. If you want to watch that.
But I didn't talk much about the power armor thing.
Well, yeah, I didn't talk about the power armor and stuff, but I'm sure if you pester him enough, he'll. I'm sure during one day he will just lament and just be like, ugh, fine, I'll make a video. Or maybe it could be.
It's pretty much how every single one of my videos happens. So.
Or like, here's an idea. Maybe like for topics that aren't necessarily enough for a whole video. Why not do like? Well, you already do basically, you know, pseudo Q&As during your Patreon stuff. Maybe release the Q&A section on your channel and stuff for like little bite-sized things. I don't know.
Yeah, we might do that. Yeah.
Known as the Throne Mechanicum for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the
there is a
ballpark of 30
little
to
difference though, where the Imperial Titans are more like beasts that try to overwhelm you all the time, and you must keep in check to control the Titan itself. The ones inside the Imperial Knights are pretty much the fucking opposite. In fact, there is a specific Imperial Knight called the Canis Rex that was piloted by Sir Hector, and when Sir Hector was captured by the Iron Warriors and was being tortured by them, the Imperial Knight alone, without a pilot, felt it and led a charge of Imperial Guardsmen and pretty much tanks just charging to go and save its pilot. So the entire machine piloted itself to go and save its pilot.
to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and it's honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grim dark settings in.
Yes.
James, not every port you see on a human is a port for a black carapace. If you have seen them on the Repentias of all things, and you will see them especially on the penitent engines, those are not for the armor. Those are for torture, for penance. They are called the Repenters. Anyway, let's move on.
In the galaxy, reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno-hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
Not really, they appeared
start
recently.
at some point
That's
during the
it.
dark.
Like, they weren't always there. It was Games Workshop retconning them in because they thought they would sell. Then they got a shitty writer to write their first novel, and then we never got another novel, so...
I see.
Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core.
Mechanicus, I could tell during this entire time while you've been catching up, you've been wanting to do various bionic screechings. And it's been lovely.
Or to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means. It is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you could just make a new one? These would be known as the Squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votann, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same.
Like, if this is canonically their lore, it fucks up so much because canonically in the 40k universe, the core of the galaxy is a warp storm, the Maelstrom warp storm, which is where the Badab War happened. So if the center of the galaxy is a warp storm, how the fuck do they live in it?
You know, communism. I don't fucking know. The answer will always be communism.
Dwarf communism.
Bastards.
Same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah.
Shut up, Bricky. Take that rock and stone out of your fucking mouth.
There is two
Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Votann, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Votann still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Votann is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret
fucking sense, like Games Workshop fucked up big time with the Votann. Jesus Christ, everything they are goes against the spirit of fucking 40k. If to be honest, I hate even the designs. Like I don't know if I showed you, but let me find it. Okay, I have a picture that I saved from a third-party creator that when the Votann were announced, pretty much said, "What is this shit?" and started making his own minis about them. Tell me what is cooler, whatever the fuck is on screen now, or this guy. That's their king.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it is less soy jack of technology and more badass dwarf in power armor.
Give me dwarves in power armor. That is so cool.
Yep. He made entire lines with this, but I saved the picture of the king because it is too cool to throw away.
Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, it is a lot better than whatever the fuck the canon is, because it is just a punch in the eyes.
This one looks like he's ready to sell me some sketchy insurance from the government.
Have you gotten your volcano insurance yet?
Hello, Charlie. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me until I discovered Booba, then it was chill.
Yeah, based. I can stand behind that. And it actually connects to what we cover next video, because Pontius Glow was actually corrupted by Slaanesh, so much booba for Pontius Glow.
I see.
was to be known by the Imperium that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late-stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an
obviously,
entirely
communism is
clone-based
so
race
much
made
better.
from the computer.
But space capitalism is evil. Space communism is obviously going to be good.
Space communism has never been truly tried, like real communism. Listen, communism is good only at one thing, and it does it very well. Communism is the main cause of death of communists. So.
Difficult to recreate. These machines, the Votann, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose, because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty, and upload all they know to the Votann, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead. But through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Votann. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Votann endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Votann are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity
That
would
was a
find
very
their
significant quote. It meant nothing in this contest.
Well, it sounded cool to him, so obviously it's gonna be very important.
Yeah. I mean, this video had a fuck ton of inaccuracies for coming from a guy that should be like a very well versed and well researched 40k YouTuber, but I won't say it was bad by itself. If the first version was a lot worse, I can only imagine the errors.
Mechanicus sent me what the real space dwarves look like.
These are the original these are the original Votanns, also known as the Squaws, before they became whatever soy jack the fuck Games Workshop made them now.
Oh, man. It looks so cool. Oh, Mechanicus, this looks so cool. Train.
Yeah, they had armored trains.
Why can't they be cool like this? Ugh, it's no fair. They aren't dwarves. Squat. Whatever. That is a lot of trains. Real squat armor. It looks so cool. Ugh. Oh, let's finish the last minute of this video and then you can finally sleep.
missing Primarchs, re-establish the locations of all their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40k in part 2. I will see you very soon.
Are you excited for when we do part 2? Probably like a month from now?
I'm curious, but not excited. It is more the curiosity of an accident you know is going to happen, and you just stare at it until it happens.
I mean, it's like we can at least see what he covers in the hour and a half long part 2 that he does, since it's 20 minutes shorter than the first one. Let's see what he has in here at least. Pause. Okay, come on. YouTube, stop struggling. Let's see, 5-minute intro. Then we have the Chaos Space Marines. We have
Mechanicum.
Dark Mechanicum and Chaos Knights. Adeptus
really
Custodes.
Oh yeah, they have no woman anyway.
Orks. Agents of the Imperium.
Inquisition.
Adeptus Sororitas. The Tau Empire. Tyranids. And Gene Stealer cults.
I'm very curious about the Adeptus Custodians because I want to see how the fuck he handles the female custodians question, because no, they cannot exist by law.
Well, we will see when we get to this in a few weeks.
Yeah, gladly. Like when we do the next stream, it will be on the origins of the Emperor. So
yes,
that will be at least enjoyable. I mean, the sufferance of Pio makes all the difference. These videos were lacking it. He
But
ignores
there-
the film studies. Wasn't he the one that defended them? Is he retracting his statement that they can exist and that cause absolutely zero problems?
we will see. But thank you for joining everybody for this over 5-hour long venture. How are you guys feeling about it? But let me see who is currently alive right now that I can raid over to. And thank you again, Pontius, for joining again. It's always fun yapping and learning more with you.
It's always a lot of fun to show people how shit the 40k YouTuber on YouTube are.
He ignores the fem stories, if I remember correctly. He doesn't mention or bring them up.
Based.
You
They
know
are
what?
it is the best way to deal with them. Forget about them because they are useless.
Yep.
I just want to talk to
let's
Bricky Rackshot. I just want to talk. Make it not a shotty, but a KS-23 from the times of the Soviet Union. So you're literally shooting him with slugs of artillery shells, not even a shotgun. It is more a literal small artillery shotgun.
Alright, let's see. Over on YouTube, I will send you guys over to Vara. And let me see who is live over on Kick. If there's anybody interesting live over on Kick, because I don't follow many VTubers over there.
Anyway, yeah, next video we will cover on the channel. We showed the thumbnail today on the post, and I also sent it to LumLum. We are going to cover. We might actually need the Lumi to dub something else because there is female characters in the books of Eisenhorn. But we will cover in a new series called The Face of True Evil our first villain, true villain of 40k, Pontius Glow, which actually fell to Slaanesh, so he was probably a foot fetishist. So you are in your own territory, LumLum.
Oh,
And yeah. And
God
yeah,
damn.
people really think the Imperium are the bad guys. They don't even know what the bad guys are in 40k. This guy fell to chaos and to Slaanesh out of fucking boredom. He went on a giant murder party until he died. He then reincarnated into a Chaos Orb artifact, and when he was given a body for a trade he made with the Inquisition, he became so powerful he was considered a minor Chaos God. That's the face of true evil.
Sent over 50, let me know if it went through. Yeah, it went through earlier. Thank you. Okay, it looks like Amalgamite is on. Why is Amalgamite under IRL? Girly Pop, change it to VTubers or something else. You're not IRL. Alright, everyone, thank you for joining again, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow for. Well, I'm gonna be doing Darkwood tomorrow. That's gonna be fun.
And I will be here to hear all the squeals. The squeaking shall be legendary.
It always is. Good night, guys. Oh, wrong one. There we go.